Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, October 18 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner.
Here in Tree City, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Dish.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Song.
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Grand.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Radina.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Iyer.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Briggs.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Romlawi.
Present, Ann Arbor.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Radina, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have any communications today from our city administrator?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just briefly, I wanted to note that today actually ends my 2-month stint as the acting city administrator, and it has been my privilege to serve in this capacity on behalf of the council. I want to thank the council for their support and note that Mr. Milton Duhoney, our new administrator, was on scene today and had a good old-fashioned Ann Arbor welcome, which is to say courteous and welcoming, but also was directly into the fire, so to speak, running the city organization. So thank you all to the members of council. It's been my pleasure, and I look forward to returning to being the assistant city administrator from this point forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to an introduction, and we have representatives from the ICC here, I believe. Is that correct? Excellent. Good to see you. And so it's an introduction in which we celebrate cooperatives. As folks know, there are cooperatives all throughout the city, state, and country, and the world, indeed, and they provide a wide variety of benefits to members and their and society writ large. Many of us here at the table have a history with cooperatives. I myself was city council president back in. Pardon me, city council president. I'm getting my my organizations mixed up. I was ICC president back in 1989, 1990. So perhaps President Tabron, you will be destined to serve here or elsewhere someday. But in the meantime, let us read the proclamation with respect to October being co-op month. Whereas cooperative businesses are a unique form of collaborative business in which exist in large numbers throughout the United States and the world, and whereas 120 million U.S. residents are members of 48,000 U.S. co-ops, and more than 700 million people are co-op members across 100 countries, and whereas cooperative businesses in Michigan employ thousands of people and contribute billions of dollars to Michigan's economy every year and remain in the state through good times and in bad, and whereas there are cooperative businesses in nearly every sector of the U.S. economy: agriculture, finance, childcare, energy, housing, food, education, retail, and more. And whereas cooperatives in Michigan and Washtenaw County area are local self-help businesses that combine free enterprise with social benefits to the community. And whereas co-op members own, use, and run their own businesses. Whereas cooperative businesses operate by a set of principles which provide a model of responsiveness to the consumer and the community that all businesses and governments can emulate, and include voluntary and open membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education and training about the benefits and practices of cooperation, and cooperation among cooperatives and concern with the community. And whereas The Ann Arbor community has been served and is served by a large number and wide variety of cooperative businesses for many years, including but not limited to the Intercooperative Council at the University of Michigan for student housing, University of Michigan Credit Union, the Lake Trust Credit Union, Michigan Educational Credit Union, the Dearborn Financial Credit Union, the Stone School Cooperative Nursery, the Dexter Nursery Co-op, First United Methodist Cooperative Nursery, the People's Food Co-op, the Ypsilanti Food Co-op, Farm Bureau for Insurance, Midwest Organic Food Co-op, the Forest Hills Cooperative Housing, Arrow Hills Cooperative Housing, Pine Lake Village Cooperative, St. David's Co-op Apartments, REI, True Value, Ace Hardware, Sassafras Tech Collected, the Potters Guild, University Townhouses, and the Hive Co-op. Whereas True Value, Ace Hardware, and other similar cooperatives allow small, locally owned businesses to compete with corporate entities such as Home Depot and Lowe's by buying and marketing collectively. And whereas October is Co-op Month, first so designated in 1948 by the Minnesota Association of Cooperatives and celebrated by co-ops throughout the United States as a time to honor the service to their members and their communities provided by cooperative businesses. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Ann Arbor, do hereby officially commemorate the cooperative businesses that serve the Ann Arbor community and encourage city residents to explore the benefits available through cooperative businesses by proclaiming October as Co-op Month here in the city of Ann Arbor. President Tebron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Chris Taylor and the rest of City Council for inviting me to speak at your meeting. My name is Julian Tabron, and I serve as the ICC president. I've been serving since May 2020. I'm also a second-year master's student at the U of M School for Environment and Sustainability, where I study geospatial data science. It's a pleasure to be invited here to accept the City of Ann Arbor's proclamation for Co-op Month. Before we celebrate Co-op Month, we should define cooperation. Cooperation is the act of two or more people voluntarily working toward a common end. This is the essence of a free and democratic society. Over 100 years ago, the National Cooperative Business Association, NCBA CLUSA, was founded as a vessel to hold and promote the stuff of which cooperation is made. They are called the 7 Principles of Cooperation. And Mayor Chris Taylor just repeated some of them, so I'll just be brief. These principles include concepts like democratic control, education and training, and a commitment to the community. And even today, these concepts seem remarkably prescient as we struggle with divisive issues such as income disparity, environmental justice, immigration, race relations, education, and healthcare. Co-op Month has been celebrated annually in October across the United States for more than half a century. It is a time for cooperative businesses to reflect on their shared principles and to educate others about the values of belonging to a cooperative. This October, the ICC will join over 65,000 cooperatives and credit unions across the United States in celebrating Co-op Month, observed nationally since 1964. For those who do not know, each year cooperatives nationwide celebrate Co-op Month with a theme in mind. This year's theme is Build Back for Impact. It was selected by NCBA to promote how co-ops and their members are working together to build stronger, more inclusive, and resilient communities in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Under the theme Build Back for Impact, this is an opportunity to leverage our shared cooperative identity in the face of some of the biggest challenges we face: a global pandemic, climate change, and systemic racism. As we build back an economy that works for everyone, our biggest impact comes from embracing the values and principles that make us truly unique. The ICC is committed to upholding these values and principles in pursuit of achieving our mission statement. We believe that college students should have access to off-campus affordable housing so they can pursue their higher educational goals without being discouraged or deterred by high rental rates in the city of Ann Arbor. We empower our members to collectively make democratic decisions to shape our future and prolong the longevity of our cooperative. We're also committed to the health and safety of our members. Recently, we passed a resolution to require all members to be fully vaccinated for COVID-19 as a precautionary measure to protect our members from contracting and spreading the virus in such a high-risk group housing environment. With this year's theme in mind, we plan to connect more with local co-op businesses and other student housing co-ops in the Midwestern region. I would just like to take a second to acknowledge some of these housing co-ops. Spartan Housing Cooperative in East Lansing, SHC, Kalamazoo Collective Housing, Bloomington Cooperative Living, Grand Rapids Alliance of Cooperation, ICC Austin, Berkeley Student Cooperative, and University Cooperative Housing Association, just to name a few. I'd also like to thank some of the same cooperative businesses that have been acknowledged before, like the Ypsilanti Food Co-op, the University of Michigan Credit Union, Lake Trust Credit Union, Airwood Hills Cooperative, People's Food Cooperative, University Townhouse, REI, and many others. I'd like to thank everyone again for giving me the floor to speak. It's an honor to serve this community and promote the cooperative movement here in Ann Arbor. Happy Co-op Month. Thank you.
Thanks a ton. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when it is your turn to speak by identifying the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Our clerk will let you know when there are 30 seconds remaining of your 3 minutes and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Eric Zachar.
Hello,
Eric
Mayor.
Sekar, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm a citizen in Ward 2. I'm calling today about the East Medical Center bridge repair and expansion. I wanted to say that my own family deals with this intersection quite a bit on foot and on bike. It's near a lot of the things that we go to. It's near on the way to Island Park, Fuller Pool, the Arb, hospital appointments, and it's pretty much the most dangerous intersection we go through in the area. When I saw it come to council, I was pretty happy to hear so many people on council speak up in favor of making sure that pedestrians were being protected in this intersection. And so I was kind of surprised to see it come back unchanged tonight. So I think that when you vote on this tonight, you should probably try to think about what this is trying to accomplish. As it's written, it shores up a bridge in need of repair, which is really good. We need to take care of our infrastructure. It widens the road in hopes of easing traffic flow, which is okay until induced demand catches up. But it also makes a dangerous intersection even worse for many, many people who are already on foot or on bike, and it discourages non-motorized traffic. And so at that last point, does that match up with any of our goals? Does it match up with the university's long-term goals? So we could approve it as written, or we could make some amendments, which I hope you do tonight. And if amendments aren't possible, I hope you vote it down. Budgets are moral documents, right? So here we are, asked to spend millions of dollars on a road widening project. And what is that saying about our values? It runs counter to so many of our goals. We have many other options. We could rebuild the bridge without widening it and do pedestrian infrastructure down the road. We could widen the bridge now and address both issues by addressing the pedestrian needs at the same time. And I know that U of M is helping to kick in some funds for widening the road, but maybe they should be paying a portion of the pedestrian infrastructure improvements too. It's in their best interest and the interest of all the people they represent. Why are they only paying some funds for the road widening? So I think we really should not just widen the road just because we're repairing
30 seconds.
this bridge now. It won't accomplish any of our goals long term. And you know that it's not going to be addressed right away when it's done, because pedestrian safety is not going to be a priority for the U anytime soon there. Thank you for the time to address the council.
Time. Mayor, are you ready for the next speaker?
I think the mayor might be frozen.
Okay, I can go ahead and call on the next speaker if that's okay, Mr. Fournier.
Please do.
Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes. Michelle Hughes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm also here to call about the East Medical Center Drive Bridge. It's apparently in need of repair, and this is an opportunity to rethink what we need out of that road and out of the intersection by the hospital. City staff and university have one answer: add an additional lane of traffic to accommodate drivers at the expense of pedestrian safety, and consider pedestrian and cyclist safety as a separate extra step. I found the memo from staff very disappointing. It shows that there are a lot of things wrong with our processes and that they've not been adjusted yet to be in line with our comprehensive Vision Zero traffic transportation plan or our A20 climate action plan. In order for these plans to achieve their goals, we need to bake them into our practices. So why is it that lanes of traffic can be added without any special consideration, but pedestrian safety must be part of a comprehensive redesign of the intersection? It seems to me like the adding lanes of traffic changes the intersection just as surely as adding pedestrian amenities does. Now, if you look at the city's crash map, you'll see that this intersection is a dangerous place with lots of pedestrian crashes. Now, the city's stated goals suggest that it is this problem and not car throughput that should be our first, most urgent consideration. Neither the transportation plan nor the A20 plan state that car throughput should be considered more important than safety. Furthermore, the staff memo does not address the concept of induced demand. It's been fairly solidly established that adding traffic lanes does not reduce congestion, but instead induces additional demand, causing congestion to remain exactly the same no matter how many lanes are added. The city's transportation staff should at least be aware of this theory, and if they don't think it applies here, they should say why they think that this time of all times, adding a traffic lane is going to reduce congestion. Instead, the memo treats this as a neutral and concluded point of fact. So please don't allow this project to be built with an additional lane and without considering non-motorized uses, such as the border-to-border trail connections or widening the pedestrian area, as was suggested by the Washtenaw Biking and Walking Coalition in their letter to you. When we make plans, promises, and commitments to address climate change or safety, we need to actually translate those goals into action, and we need to do it in real-world actual projects like this one. And while we're talking about translating goals into actions, I'd also like to urge you to pass CA3. That's the contract to design concrete implementations of the transportation plan. Now, every one of you on the council voted yes to adopt the transportation plan. So now I'm expecting every one of you to vote to fund
30
that
seconds.
with CA3. Also, anyone listening here, there's an election going on until November 2nd. Please vote yes on all 4 proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My apologies for my dropping off. We were out of power for a moment. Our next speaker is Carrie Reigans.
Carrie Reigans, phone number 537. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for setting the setting for me to unmute. This is Carrie Rangans calling in from Ann Arbor. And I called in earlier this morning to ask if I can make a comment on resolution DC3, which looks like it was removed from the agenda. It was a resolution to mandate vaccination for COVID-19 among city council members who I think were left out of the resolution that mandated vaccination for all city staff. And I was really actually thankful and grateful and relieved to see this resolution previously on the agenda because I was concerned my council member previously didn't support mandates, and sponsoring the resolution that was originally drafted to be on this agenda demonstrated that he does support mandates, COVID-19 vaccine mandates. And that's a really tough decision. As a Board of Health member, the Washtenaw County Board of Health, we've had to really grapple with this, what should be mandated as far as COVID-19 protections. But we do support the mask mandate in K-12 schools in our community. And I support mandating vaccines for city staff and city council members. You know, as public servants, we need to think about the whole public. And it really falls to us to ensure that we're serving historically excluded community members. You know, I've been trained in the field of public health, and we're trained to seek data to make decisions. And when we see data that shows outcomes that adversely impact historically excluded neighbors, it is our duty as public servants and public health professionals to find ways to intervene to improve those health outcomes. And COVID-19 has really demonstrated this for all of us, you know, in the general public this year. You know, I've also been trained as a social worker, and I teach students, and one of the things we really need to think about is the structures and processes that we live with and where the power lies within these structures and processes. As public servants, we do have power in the structures that have been set up, and it's our duty to ensure that we keep making corrections and improvements in our structures to advance the goals of social justice and equity. So I was really pleased to see the city's endorsement of the county's declaration of racism as a public health crisis last July. The Board of Health had declared racism as a public health crisis in June. And so
30 seconds.
You know, it is really important to notice these disparate impacts. And I was really pleased to see the resolution mandating vaccines for the city council members as key leaders in our community and people who have power to really demonstrate how to be leaders to ensure that we're serving and protecting our whole entire community. So thank you again for originally sponsoring that. And I'm sorry to see it not on the agenda anymore.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Song.
Good evening. I wanted to update folks. You know, we're seeing the end of our downtown street closures, and I was in touch with the Main Street Area Association to see if it was if we needed to revisit that, and they had a vote, and it was a close call, but they decided to stick with the originally planned closure ending on the 31st. But I wanted to share some feedback from businesses. They said that it helped provide a number of restaurants with over 40% of their weekly sales. The closures have become a great community space with a number of people coming downtown. And it really follows a survey of downtown folks, of 694 folks downtown back in the spring, where 98% responded yes to wanting to see downtown block closures. So I'm hoping for another successful closure next spring and look forward to working on that. A reminder that there's a trick-or-treating and parade downtown on the 31st from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. and the legendary AADL costume contest also on that weekend. And then also we have 41 refugees coming in the next 3 days. So I hope we can, as a community, welcome folks as they try to find housing. I'll be volunteering and calling landlords in the county and in Wayne County, trying to help find places for folks. So if anyone's interested in reaching out with me, let me know. I think it's important that we demonstrate what we have a lot of us have signs in our yards that say we support refugees and immigrants, and this would be a good time to show that support. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish and Ms. Beaudry, can you please give me a lower hand authority? Councilmember Dish.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to let constituents know that Barton Drive between Pontiac Trail and Breedy Place will be closed starting this Wednesday through Friday, November 12th. There's going to be sidewalk installation, which is welcome. Two-way vehicle traffic will be maintained, but bikes are going to have to share with cars. So bikes, no running those cars off the road. And on-street parking will be prohibited on both sides of Barton Drive. So constituents, be aware of that. You don't want to end up with a ticket. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to thank our speakers tonight. I was actually writing some notes. Starting with Julian talking about the co-op spirit, which he so eloquently described, and working together. And other speakers talking about looking for where the power is and the processes and the structures and how do we improve our processes here in the city. I'll be bringing forward a resolution at the first meeting in November to address some of these serious deficiencies in our processes. And it's most easily seen in our pedestrian infrastructure and our lack of compliance with Vision Zero. We're really great at doing demonstration projects, and we're really great at communicating out about those demonstration projects, but we're almost totally lacking when it comes to operational oversight. And I believe that that is a result of council creating an unhealthy balance between new projects and operations. And this creates an undue political influence on staff. Our pedestrian crash rate, we had 5 crashes in September. You multiply that by 12, it's 60. I know there are some adjustments, but September seems to be an average month. That's unacceptably high. 2 of those were from vehicles making left-hand turns. I also want to mention that the RRFB on Huron near Thayer is functioning. It doesn't have the audio signal that MDOT needs to have approved, but the signal is functioning. And lastly, I would like to point out that I took extreme ridicule for opposing the Traver sidewalk and drop-off zone. And for the very same reasons I opposed it, because it was dangerous to be so close to an intersection. One of our consultants for the Lower Town Mobility Study basically said the same thing that I did, raising concern about the Traver and Barton intersection. Everyone has received a copy of the statements that were made. I won't repeat them, but I hope that council and staff and the community will join together to truly.
Councilmember, you're at 2:45 now.
Pardon me?
Thank you. I said you were at, because of the nature of your communication, I let you go fairly long, but you were at 2:45 rather than 2 minutes at that point.
Excuse me, I'm old. I keep thinking of the 3-minute limit, but I'll work on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to comment on that Barton closure. It's going to run October 20th through November 12th. So good luck, everybody. We're already pretty much cut off from the city with the concurrent construction on main M14 and Plymouth, and also the Broadway Bridge being narrowed down inexplicably to one lane in each direction. So it's added, I don't know, dozens of hours to my commute these last couple months here. Real quickly, speaking of that, we have had some problems with the schools and their drop off in our neighborhood and also at other schools. The Skyline High School drop off and pickup is crazy. It's 10-15 minutes to get around the building some mornings, and if you try and go another way, you get pushed out onto the public roundabout and back into the building. You can't even make a left internally in that parking lot. So I don't know who's organizing these school pickup and drop off routines, but it needs a fresh look, if only for the state of the air quality around our schools. There are 4 ballot items on a special ballot this November, and I've received dozens of calls and emails from folks who don't understand what they're voting on. That they don't know what they're voting on. They find the ballot language to be vague, confusing, or referring to something they've never heard of before, which is mostly, I think, in the case of the ranked choice voting, which is kind of a superfluous question because we can't do it anyway. And so, I'm kind of disappointed that we, not only that we're spending $250,000 on a special election for 4 charter changes that people don't seem to understand, but that, big money has come out behind some of these. And it's a concern for me. And changes to the charter, I just say this publicly, changes to the charter should not be taken lightly. Once there's something changed in the charter, it only gets revised or improved or rechanged through the act of the ballot box. And so if I think it's safe to say, if you don't understand what you're voting for, and you do want to vote, feel free to not vote or pass on these items, because it's just
Councilmember.
Yes.
You're at 225, 229, 230.
I wonder what kind of clock you're using. Mine doesn't say that. Okay, that's fine. I think it's great how we've limited our speed.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. I appreciate, I'll be interested to see Councilmember Griswold kind of resolution she's thinking about in terms of improving our processes, and look forward to working with you on that in terms of as liaison to Transportation Commission. And I know you've mentioned sort of operational expertise a few times around council table. And so I just wanted to share for the public a little bit kind of what experience our engineering department brings to the city. So transportation engineers have nearly 40 years of combined experience working in 14 different private, public, and education sector employers, have educational and certification attainment that meet or exceed position requirements and industry norms, all registered professional engineers, 1 professional traffic operations engineer, 1 master's and 1 PhD, have experience working in 5 different states, served in transportation leadership and research roles, ITS Michigan Board of Directors, International Center for Automotive Medicine, Technical Advisory Council, Pedestrian Consortium, among others. Our transportation planners have over 50 years of combined experience working in 11 different private and public sector employers, have educational certification attainment that meets or exceeds position requirements and industry norms, 2 masters, 1 American Institute of Certified Planners, AICP, 1 AICP Certified Transportation Planner, have experience working in 8 different states, and have served in transportation leadership and research roles. So I do want to sometimes, we all have critiques of transportation. That is one of the things that we all have in common, but I did just want to take a moment to really focus in on a lot of the expertise that our city staff does have and brings to the city organization every day.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on some comments about the ballot proposals. So in response to the suggestion from one of my colleagues that people who don't understand the proposals should just not vote, I would say if you don't understand the proposals, please email me, jeyer@a2gov.org. I would be happy to walk you through these proposals. I'm very excited about them, all of them, but particularly Proposal A, which is progressive, pro-skilled labor, pro-worker legislation that will also result in much better outcomes for Ann Arbor taxpayers when it comes to the money that we spend on construction projects in our city. So please vote, or please reach out to me if you have any questions at all. I'll be happy to spend the time to walk you through them.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'm also looking forward to the upcoming election. I think there are a lot of improvements and things that reflect our values and allow us to become more democratic on the ballot. So just a couple of things to share. No one had mentioned this today, so I wanted to just give a big congratulations to our Office of Sustainability and Innovation for the rollout of and the report for the proposed sustainable energy utility. There will be a public meeting coming up for people who want more information about that on October 28th at 6 p.m. and you can register on our website. There are also some invites going around social media if you subscribe to the city's messaging. Also not coming up at this meeting because the Park Advisory Commission will be voting on it tomorrow, but I anticipate that Winchell Park will soon, a proposed renaming will be coming to council, and based on results from a community survey and from a group of citizens that was brought together to work on the renaming, that park will hopefully soon be named after Dr. Harold Lockett, who was definitely far and away the primary vote getter from that survey. And really just want to thank the neighbors. This was really a bottom-up process in recognizing a concern that they had in their neighborhood, coming to their council members and working with city staff and interested residents and volunteers to help make a significant improvement to that park and really reflect what we want, really the best of that park. So look forward to that hopefully coming up sometime in November. Thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
Since a couple of people have mentioned it, I want to volunteer that on my website, in my latest newsletter, I link to a fairly lengthy explanation of the ballot proposals, which you don't have to trust anything that I have to say about them, but I do have quite a lot of links to the primary sources on Legistar to read what came before us when we voted to put these questions on the ballot. I feel really strongly about the public trying to understand these issues from primary sources rather than from advocacy. Also, I want to comment on the fact that Eberwhite finished the second half of their playground renovation this weekend. There was a dedication yesterday. It's pretty exciting. It's in Ward 5, but my kids went to Eberwhite. And the other thing that I wanted to acknowledge is the passing of Jean King, who was a fairly major figure in the feminist movement and a resident of Ann Arbor. She was an attorney who successfully sued for gender equity in school sports and had a national impact. She died this week, and I hope that our city finds a way to acknowledge her and commemorate her in some way coming up. Thanks.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. Just wanted to welcome our new city administrator, Milton Dahoney, to the organization. Look forward to meeting him. I know we are soon going to have the opportunity to do that, and I look forward to that. Also, unfortunately, I was out of town this weekend, but congratulations to Eberwhite in completing the playground. I know I was there when the first half was completed, and what a fantastic, beautiful playground that is. Can't wait to go see what it looks like now. And lastly, on special, I wouldn't call it a special election, but this off-year election with the 4 ballot questions on there. I'm concerned for the low voter turnout that is going to decide on the changes in the city charter. I wish that if these questions were going to be placed to the voters, they would have been placed with a much higher voter turnout. If we're going to be talking about democratic principles and progressive values, those should be incorporated in the fact that you want high voter turnout and informed voters. And quite frankly, I don't see that here. Just like my colleagues, I'm getting many calls, emails, texts, people driving in, rather informed people of our community, concerned, confused, and unconvinced of the proposals, especially Prop A. I made a public statement today. I stand by that, and I encourage anybody who wants my take on it to reach out to me at aramlawi@a2gov.org, or just stop in the restaurant, text me, call me, and I'll give you my
Councilmember.
take. But I believe you should probably try to get an unbiased opinion. Thank you.
I would say further communication from council, but I think everybody's spoken. We now have the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Briggs, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to pull CA3.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
I'd just like to comment on CA11, the accepting this easement for Stimson. I think it's, at long last, we're going to be getting those sidewalks there. So I'm excited about that. So that's all.
Further discussion on the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA3? I'm sorry, Councilmember Amlawi.
Again, I don't want to pull it, but I do want to say thanks to staff, and I support it strongly. CA10, the work that's going to be done and the work to preserve our historic nature and properties of the Fourth Ward, Old Fourth Ward. And I think this is an important unknown, kind of goes by under the radar action that's being taken by staff. And I appreciate it, and I'm pretty sure it'll be unchallenged and unanimously supported. Thank you.
Further discussion on the consent agenda. With the exception of CA3, all in favor? Opposed? The consent agenda with the exception of CA3, the consent agenda with the exception of CA3 is approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA1, CA4, and CA8 and CA11. CA3, resolution to authorize a professional service agreement with Sam Schwartz Consultants, LLC for the Moving Together Toward Vision Zero Action Plan and associated engineering services in the amount of $362,739.30. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of CA3. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I agree with what Councilmember Briggs said earlier. We have an excellent transportation staff. I've said that many times before. The problem is not the staff we have. The problem is that we do not have anyone who provides operational oversight. Frequently, it's Kathy Griswold reporting on A2 Fix-It that we have a problem, and then staff addresses it. That's not an optimal process in any way. So I believe that I won't be supporting this for a number of reasons. Number one, we need an operational focus. We have some deadly crosswalks right now. One crosswalk on Barton goes across the street and dead ends in a bush. It's been there for months. We have other crosswalks with no lighting or inadequate lighting. Those need to be addressed. The money that we would be spending could be better spent on improving our road surfaces, our bike lanes, our crosswalk lighting. And in addition, I'd like to at least postpone this 2 weeks so that our new interim city administrator, who brings decades of operational experience, can take a look at this and weigh in. So I think that we're sort of jumping the gun by approving this contract before he's had a chance to look at it. And we have addressed our critical operational issues. As I mentioned last time, a dear little friend of mine was hit by a left-turning vehicle, knocked out, and her sister thought she was dead until her father picked her up and she started breathing again. We have to address these operational issues now, and demonstration projects are not going to address operational deficiencies. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple questions, and I'm not sure who's going to answer them about what's in the plan. And, an example is it calls for a heavy participation as part of the community engagement to have this Vision Zero implementation committee. But then in the proposal itself, it's not vague, but somewhat, it doesn't say exactly how that committee is going to be appointed or put together, or who makes the final decision and who's on there. And, that is one of the few places outside of the public input that is generally, I think this is fair to say, biased towards those who have access to electronic communications and access to, council and staff generally with our public outreach. And so my concerns about this project or proposal go beyond my typical concerns about cost versus outcomes, and tonight reach into the considerations of there doesn't seem to be explicit opportunities for equitable engagement in this process. And so it needs 8 because it's coming to us as an expense outside of our budgeted expense. And I'm not comfortable supporting it as proposed. I would have liked to see more emphasis on, as I would with all our proposals and all our public outreach programs, really actually reaching out to the public and not just those who have access to email and are generally heard from. So I'm not a fan. I'm not going to support it.
Councilmember Briggs.
So it's my understanding that for all of these projects here, the funds are already budgeted for them. This is simply a request, one, to approve this contract, but two, to allow the 8 vote requirement is to allow the funds to be able to be used in fiscal year 23. Is that correct?
Yes, Raymond Hess, Transportation Manager. I believe that to be correct. Yeah, these were all included in the fiscal year 22 budget, expressly in amendments, I believe 9 and 10. But yes, all these funds are in the budget.
So if this vote did not secure 8 votes, would staff be bringing this back and trying to spend all of the funds, rush through this project and do it as quickly as possible? Or does this allow this fund, what would be the impact of voting this down tonight?
We would have to go back and regroup. I don't know. I don't have a very clear-cut answer on that.
Because the funds for this are already budgeted. I guess my question, yeah.
Correct. I mean, yeah, we have a couple options. One, we could look at doing this work with in-house forces, but we do have some concerns about capacity and ability to move that forward. There is the possibility to rush it through the existing funding through this fiscal year. Some of these projects, even included in the budget, are heavier lifts. Like, so for example, if we talk about developing a new process for major street traffic calming, we want to make sure that we reach out to the public, and we know that the neighborhood traffic calming program took upwards of 2 years to update. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's how long the major streets traffic calming program would take, but I'm a little hesitant to suggest we could get it knocked out in 6 months. So I think that's why we were just asking for the ability to carry it over to the next fiscal year as well.
Okay, so essentially voting it down might just actually result in less public participation and in something that is already included and adopted in our unanimously adopted plans. Okay.
Councilmember Dish.
I wanted to ask Mr. Hess about equitable engagement. Is there not provision for equitable engagement in this proposal?
Yes, Councilmember Dish, there is indeed. We're trying to improve our engagement with every engagement effort and try to make it as equitable as possible. We are, especially during COVID, it is a little more difficult and more challenging in terms of what opportunities we can provide. But we are trying to reach different populations. Even in the development of the transportation plan itself, when we saw we were having an underrepresentation of certain populations, we did make an effort to go out and try to capture responses from certain communities. So we would take a similar approach with this, that if we find we're not hearing from certain segments of the population, we would make an effort to reach out to those segments of the population and make sure that we're hearing from them.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'd just like to comment to suggest that, if we had some funding lag or funding flow for some reason, or funding slowness, that the first thing we cut would be public participation is very telling. I think that that's the wrong way to look at our role here on council and our role here when developing public policy. I think if there was a lag in funding, then we would be better served by restructuring the way the program moves forward to make sure that public participation isn't left behind. I find that consideration just kind of disturbing when it comes to creating public policy.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, this is on postponement, correct? I know a lot of discussions happened.
There has been no postponement moved.
Okay. Well, I'm just a little perplexed as to the 8 vote requirement to allow the funding to continue into fiscal year 23, whereas why doesn't that come up when we adopt our budget? What is the concern? Why do we have to claw forward so far ahead with so much money, using some money that I have issues with the county mental health millage to apply to this for fiscal year 23 when we're still in the second quarter of 22. Can someone explain to me why we're reaching so far ahead and making budget adjustments now versus just having it with our adopted budget?
Is there staff that can respond to that?
And I'll take a stab at it, and Mr. Hupy might be able to correct me if I go astray. I think my understanding of this is that this is included in the fiscal year 22 budget. So we're not actually asking for fiscal year 23 funding. We're just asking to be able to carry forward the fiscal 22 money past July 1 in the case that we might need that. This project, generally speaking, has 3 components. The first is to develop an implementation strategy. That's kind of our highest priority. The plan was adopted. Council gave us some funding in the budget for an implementation. And so we want to make sure we follow through and make good on that. Then there's a communication piece and outreach piece related to pedestrian safety. We want that to be kind of in unison with the things that we're implementing. And then the third piece is that major streets traffic calming. That's the one that I think probably will need a little bit more time to develop because, if you think about a major streets traffic calming program, it affects a much larger community than just the neighborhood traffic calming. And so we want to make sure we're very deliberate, we're very thoughtful about how we move that forward and hear from, as many people that we need to hear from in terms of how to develop that program and make sure it resonates.
And what has the total cost been on this whole consultant package with Vision Zero? What has been the total cost?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, do you mean inclusive of the planning document development?
Yeah. Because I just feel like, I'm sorry, I just feel like now we're talking about traffic calming on major streets. Was that a part of the original scope and the original resolution? Or are we now adding that into something that had begun without that?
That was one of the budget amendments to develop that program. I think that was Amendment 9. Yes, that was Amendment 9 in the fiscal year 22 budget called for the development of a traffic calming on major streets program.
And that is $100,000?
I'm sorry,
Correct.
Councilmember, we've run through.
Yeah, I'll come back again, but.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, a couple of issues that I have that I haven't mentioned already is that we have an excellent staff, but their area of weakness is in terms of operational expertise and feedback. And if we continue to hire a consultant, we're not going to have the opportunity to develop that internal expertise. We've been working with Sam Schwartz now for a couple of years. We've spent, by my estimation, about $500,000 or more. And so I'd like to offer a postponement until the second week in November, asking that staff come back with a plan that includes more operational oversight and a greater use of our excellent staff rather than consultants.
Is there a second to the postponement? Seconded by Councilmember Omlawi. Discussion of the postponement. I've got Dish, Hupie, and Fournier in the queue. I see Dish, no.
Not on the postponement.
Thank you. Hupie, Fournier, do you have anything to say on the postponement? Mr. Hupie, you are inaudible.
I was going to answer the question as to why 8 votes. And it's 8 votes because the funding is in the operational budget. And the operational budget expires June 30th. So this would allow the project to go past that because the funding was done in the O&M budget.
Thank you. The gracious plenty of staff hands. This is a delightful change of pace. I got Mr. Fournier has dropped his hand. Mr. Hupie still has up. I'll get that. Ms. Beaudry, do you have?
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify what the postponement date was.
I believe it was the second meeting in November. Is that correct, council member?
Yes.
Thank you.
On the postponement, I guess I'll suggest that we all have a decent idea of how we're going to vote on this, and maybe we should just move to it. Got Councilmember Briggs, Dish declining on the postponement. Councilmember Briggs on the postponement.
I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Griswold's request that if this was postponed, it was to bring it back with revisions around adding operational expertise somehow to this. Could staff speak to that request a little bit more and maybe elaborate speak to that, and if that could be brought into this, and maybe further elaborate on, what elements of our transportation plan that we adopted in June are being moved forward through this?
Councilmember Briggs, I'm happy to take a first run at this question, and maybe I'll ask Mr. Hess and Mr. Hupie to weigh in as well. But I appreciate the comments about staff. We do truly have an excellent transportation team here in the city. This contract is being brought to the council responsive to directions that were given to us by the council to create an actionable Vision Zero plan in the city. And, the transportation staff that we have do an excellent job operating our transportation systems on a day-to-day basis. But when we are tasked with putting together plans that represent a policy shift for the city and that deserve more intense public engagement and that require us taking advantage of industry-leading experts to help us develop policy solutions for the council, we really do need some additionality and some extra capacity in the work that we're doing in order to make those big changes. And that's the purpose of the services that we're trying to acquire from Sam Schwartz, is to assist our transportation staff in developing an actionable Vision Zero plan. It's hard to know, with respect to our members of council, I know you all have your ears to the rails in your council districts, and you all provide us with very valuable feedback for the tasks that we undertake on a day-to-day basis in terms of, making sure we're looking at this intersection or that intersection or addressing this safety issue. All of that feedback is welcome and it's valuable. But there's a difference between providing that kind of feedback and delivering a transformational plan for how the city is orienting its resources from beginning to end. And that's really what council has asked us to do. That's what the purpose of this contract is. And I think it's going to be difficult for us to be responsive to council's direction on the development of more actionable Vision Zero initiatives in the city unless we're able to move forward with this contract. And so I think Mr. Hess and Mr. Hupy have, as they have laid out, we think that this is a pretty significant project. Once it is approved by council, it will, it always takes a little bit of time to get these large contracts up and running. So we're, shooting for, another 6 weeks to get Sam Schwartz on the ground and working. And there's some skepticism that the work can be completed in the 6 months before the end of the fiscal year. And so, it's possible that the work could start and we could propose finishing funding for it in next year's budget document. That is not ideal, though. Generally, when you bring on a large contract like this, you need to be able to communicate to the contractor that you have authorization to pay the entirety of the contract. And so that is why we have proposed the language that we have proposed in the resolution. And Mr. Hess and Mr. Hupy, please do add to anything that I've said.
I've got Ramlawi and Hayner on the postponement.
Yeah, just would this postponement have any material impact on staff's ability and the contractor's work and what's being currently done?
It would just delay our commencement, right? It would delay from when we would start to work towards this. And then depending upon, if there's concern about carrying it over to the next fiscal year, then there's that much less time. But if that's not a concern with the postponement and that ability to carry over to the next fiscal year remains intact, then it's just we're pausing before we start the work is all.
I would agree.
That's all I had. It doesn't seem like a postponement will have much of an impact on this. It would perhaps help address some outlying concerns.
Councilmember Hayner.
So my understanding is that because this is, this is a work plan and they're saying this is what it costs for this work plan before us. Postponement doesn't really afford us an opportunity to say, well, I wish it had this, or I wish it had that, or I see that these things are missing, and these are things that we've talked about in the past around Vision Zero. A postponement wouldn't provide an opportunity for those to be added or negotiated. Is that accurate?
Right. I mean, my understanding is the procurement process is such that, we put a proposal out for consultants to bid on it. We were very fortunate. We had 3 very competitive proposals that we evaluated. If there are significant material changes to the scope or proposal that we have a bid on, that may require us to go back out to bid, or it's not bid, it's actually out to RFP, request for proposals. So I think it would just depend on the nature of the change and what is truly being requested as part of.
Well, I mean, I could give an example. So something that I didn't see in here was, this is acting towards, these ultimate street changes, really producing an annual report that's going to tell us what we should do moving forward. So it's kind of like they told us what to do in the first, moving together. Now they're telling us what to do in this aspect of it. But like, as an example, that directly affects us as policymakers. I don't see anything about, hey, they might make suggestions for legislative actions we could take, or that could be, we could request the state or federal actors to take that would make improvements broadly that would allow us to implement these programs or improve Vision Zero. And, in some countries where they've had great success with Vision Zero, they also have very stringent federal laws about automobile design, as just one example. And so I didn't see any kind of legislative notions flowing out of this report. And is that something where as we get involved in this process, you think we can, have our stakeholder opportunity to say, hey, while you're at it, would you mind, like, do you have any suggestions? Is that, do you think that those opportunities will be afforded for policy questions as part of this process?
Councilmember Hander, I do believe that's in the realm of possibility. Some of those changes and policy changes that you've suggested are already contained in the plan. And so we can bring those kind of to the forefront for discussion as, strategies to advance. I think really just to kind of maybe boil this down, really what we're trying to do is take a very ambitious and robust plan that council adopted in June and help us digest it into bite-sized chunks so that we can really move this project forward. We really want, and Mr. Fournier touched on this, but we really want to make kind of systematic changes that can really help us achieve this Vision Zero goal that we have as a community. And so what are the most impactful projects? What can we do within the budget that was allocated? Which are the project areas, either corridors or intersections that really are in need of the most improvement that will kind of improve the safety the most? And so I think that's taking the plan and boiling it down into these kind of actionable items is really what the intent of the plan is. And if part of that includes these policy changes that you're suggesting, sure, that should definitely be in the realm of consideration.
The same would be for integration with plans that we've already done, like the Lower Town traffic study is coming to a conclusion. And unless I missed it, I don't see any consideration for integrating plans that we've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. Or is that just assumed that all this will be brought under the umbrella?
Right. I mean, I think there is some overlap, right? The transportation plan does have corridors and intersections identified in the Lower Town area as kind of issue areas or areas of attention. And so then what we can do is we can then refer to the Lower Town study and the recommendations coming out of that and see how well they fit into the overall system of needs. And so I think there's definitely some compatibility and synergy between these efforts. We're definitely not trying to do this in isolation. We want to make sure that we look to the best available data that's available to us, and Lower Town will have the benefit of having a brand new study that we can turn to.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I've talked to the staff from Sam Schwartz. I've also attended a Vision Zero seminar in New York. And one of the problems is that Sam Schwartz and most people working on Vision Zero are starting with a normal baseline. Ann Arbor is so deficient in its crosswalks. And these are things that Sam Schwartz is not going to come in and tell you because they're obvious. Like you need to have lighting at your crosswalks. You need to have sight distance. We have overgrown vegetation 6 feet tall at some of our school crosswalks. Sam Schwartz doesn't work on things like that because normal communities have already taken care of them. Also, things like a 5-lane crosswalk with no, with RRFBs instead of a traffic signal and no pedestrian island. That is so far out of the realm of normal that Sam Schwartz is not going to talk about it. So I just want to say that we have some major deficiencies that we need to take care of. And I know that our transportation experts want to take care of them, are concerned about it, but this council keeps approving policies where we just go from one demonstration project and one new initiative to the next, and we can't get caught up with the basic infrastructure that's critically needed so that we don't continue to have children needlessly dying in our crosswalks.
Further discussion of the postponement, Councilmember Briggs.
I guess I'd like to counter a little bit what you just said, Councilmember Griswold. The plan developed with the assistance of Sam Schwartz firm actually does speak a lot about improving our crosswalks and safety, and has a lot of the elements incorporated into it that you just suggested. I mean, there's bullet points around street lighting, and there's a whole section around how to improve dangerous behaviors. And I think what I would hope to see is continued emphasis on action items and how we can move this forward, because obviously we can't do our entire community all at once. And so we have to figure out what the highest impact opportunities are.
For the discussion of postponement, roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Redina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
motion fails.
Further discussion on the main motion? Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. I have another question on the quick builds. You identified 3 with the funding here. Could you briefly explain to us what those would be?
Councilmember Rumlawi, so, again, we haven't necessarily identified the location or, what the actual quick build will be. Quick build does not necessarily mean it's a pilot. It is a permanent installation. I think the idea is behind a quick build is that you use materials that are readily available without waiting for a full reconstruction of an intersection.
Those, I'm sorry, but our time is limited. I apologize. Would those be permanent installations or temporary installations?
They would be permanent installations, but they may use materials such as what we call paint and post. And then there's an opportunity to make them more permanent with things such as concrete or whatever the case may be in the future. But they are not necessarily meant to be taken down. They're meant to address a safety concern at an intersection or along a roadway.
All right. Well, I think I understand where the body is trending on this. I'll just reserve everyone's time. Thanks.
Further discussion on the main motion? For my part, I very much hope that this indeed moves forward. We have approved the underlying plan unanimously. It is incredibly important that we now work towards implementation. As we've heard from staff, this is a necessary condition for the efficient deployment of resources to get this done in a way that both meets our tactical, both meets our need to have the improvements made and our need to plan for them thoughtfully. This, I think, is something that we should do, and I hope that it moves forward. Councilmember Griswold, I believe you have spoken twice in the main motion.
Okay.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the specific item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter a meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected further and we are in the public hearing that you wish to speak in, please enter *9. *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend section 5.15.2 of chapter 55 Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. removing warehousing and indoor storage in C2B districts. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any hands raised for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to add Chapter 104, Energy and Water Benchmarking to Title 8 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any hands up for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing, Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before you call this public hearing, I just wanted to point out that in reviewing the materials that were presented for this public hearing and also in the resolution 21-1650, that the actual site plan has not been attached to any of this. We have maps from the staff report, we have the development agreement, and we have the planning commission minutes, but the actual site plan did not exist in any of the attachments. So I'm not sure what effect that might have on this public hearing or people's ability to speak to this matter. There's no lot maps, no building plans, no anything, no utility easements, just verbal descriptions.
Thank you for that. Is there, so I guess a question has been raised about the adequacy of notice. The staff has have a response.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay for me because I can go down to City Hall and dig
Sure,
through them.
understood.
But, you know.
We don't have a response just yet, but we will definitely look into it and provide feedback back to the council.
Perhaps with, is there a time frame on that, Mr. Forner?
Mayor, I moved over Mr. Leonard. I don't know if he has an answer.
Mr. Leonard?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brett Leonard, Planning Manager. You will find the full site plan as a link to the staff report. In the past, staff had attached pages of the site plan, but in favor of providing City Council and Planning Commission and the public the full document that's submitted to the public, you will find the full site plan that you will be taking action on as a link in the attached staff report.
Thank you.
Are you talking about along with the neighborhood meeting minutes and so on?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Unless, I guess, during the intervening time, I will ask staff to reflect upon that, and if, in staff's judgment, this, that we have adequate note, as a legal matter, because I know that we're here on that these hearings do have legal requirements. If we've met the legal requirements, I guess please let us know. If we haven't, please let us know. But in the meantime, I'll roll as if we are, and we'll wait to see what happens at wherever this shows up in the
DB1.
agenda, DB1. Thank you. Public hearing number 3, resolution to approve Concordia Pines site plan, wetland use permit and development agreement, 660 Earhart Road. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Ann Bannister, do you have a comment?
Hello, yes. This is Ann Bannister calling, a former Ward 1 council member, and I'd like to talk about Concordia Pines, which is ironically being named for what will be destroyed. This is the wrong development for this property. I'd like to request input from Dr. Missy Stoltz and our Office of Sustainability about how we can push back on these profit-driven development projects. Perhaps a temporary moratorium is needed until we get our comprehensive land use plan and master plan updated in a way that reflects the reality of the A20 carbon neutrality by 2030 plan and the Vision Zero transportation plan. We have before us yet another development that will decimate a wooded parcel and makes no provision for carbon neutrality, pedestrian and bike access, or reduction in traffic. 300 and 11 of 447 landmark trees will be removed. 450 of 741 low-level woodland trees will also be removed and their wildlife habitat. Toll Brothers will replace 1,788 trees with new replacement trees, which are not equivalent to the mature trees, and the remainder will be contributed to the street tree fund. So the whereas clause that says that this development will not cause public or private nuisance and will not have a detrimental effect on public health, safety, and welfare is opposite of the A20 plan. It will indeed have a detrimental effect on public health, safety, and welfare by not being carbon neutral by 2030, by not providing pedestrian access, by not using construction methods and materials that are carbon neutral. And on top of all these concerns, it's not multifamily housing, it's not affordable, and it's not designed to limit car use. Put simply, this is not the kind of housing our community needs more of. Again, I'd like to request input from Dr. Missy Stoltz on how we can push back on these profit-driven projects and bring them in alignment with our A20 carbon neutrality plan and our Vision Zero transportation plan. I'm suggesting a temporary moratorium until we can get our comprehensive land use plan updated to reflect our A20 carbon neutrality and our Vision Zero plans updated and included. Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up. Oh. Caller with the phone number ending in 411, do you have a comment? Caller 411, go ahead. Caller with the phone number ending in 411, you can go ahead and speak. Caller 411. Caller with the phone number ending in 411, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment? Caller 534, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Tom Stolberg, and I'm calling from Lowertown in Ann Arbor. I'd like to speak on the Concordia Pines subdivision application. 30 years ago, I was doing residential development in West Bloomfield, Michigan, where they had a pretty strict woodlands ordinance. We were able to not only comply with that ordinance, but we won awards for working within the community's woodlands ordinance to preserve a lot of the woodlands on a residential development site. Similar type of development, similar price range development to this. We can do better. Toll Brothers can do better. The city of Ann Arbor can do better. If we really mean what we say when we pass things like A20, if we really mean what we say when we talk about carbon neutrality, if we really mean what we say when we are a tree town, when Ann Arbor represents itself with its seal, highlighting a tree, if we really mean this, we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 411, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone. Caller 411, go ahead. Mayor, the caller hung up and I don't see any other callers with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. A1, we have before us the special work session minutes of September 21, the special session minutes of September 27, and the regular session meeting minutes of October 4, all 2021. May I have a motion please to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, ordinance to amend section 5.15.2 of chapter 55, Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Rodino, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'd just like to comment that I appreciate that Ordinance Revision Committee on Planning Commission is kept busy making changes to our ordinances, and you know, and it's also was my understanding of the phone conversation with Mr. McDonald today that you know, they are indeed busy, and there have been concerns expressed about the very things that have you know, come before us in this most recent public hearing. And so I want to encourage them to keep up the good work here and really dig into the ones that matter to us the most, and take a look at these kinds of ordinance revisions that you know, clearly are sorely needed in our community to holistically address the needs in our community and the stated needs that we have now and are going to have in the future. So thank you for this.
Councilmember Dish.
I'm sorry, I did unmute, but it didn't seem to work. So I just wanted to say that this is a really important little tweak, really, to make to our zoning code, in that in these commercial districts, we are trying to encourage pedestrian and more pedestrian-friendly landscapes. And warehousing is neither particularly interesting to walk past, nor does it encourage a decline in car use. In fact, the only way you can really go to a warehouse is by bringing your car, unless you have a very big little red wagon. So this is important to encourage our neighborhoods to move in the direction we want to move. And that's why it's here. So I guess, unless there are questions, that's that.
Councilmember Briggs.
I just wanted to thank the ORC and Planning Commission for bringing this forward. I know this came out of a Fifth Ward project that raised some questions and concerns, and kind of facilitated thinking about this. So I think this is a good tweak, and didn't want you to forget cargo bikes in addition to road bikes.
Further discussion of B1. All in favor? Opposed? B1 is approved. B2, an ordinance to add chapter 104, energy and water benchmarking, to title 8 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, and thanks to staff for bringing this forward, and Dr. Stoltz for taking my call and explaining this and working with others. I do believe this is a step in the right direction, although I think there needs to be a little bit more discussions with folks that are going to be affected with it. And I moved to postpone this to our first meeting in November for those other concerns to be discussed and a better level of buy-in throughout the community and participation when it comes to this particular ordinance. So I ask to just postpone to the first meeting in November.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of postponement. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I seconded that because I mean there must be a reason for this and for this request, and I'm guessing that the reason is that business owners and property owners have reached out to us. I know what's happened to me to try and understand better what these mandates are going to be and what's it going to take. I forwarded to everyone on council some response with the acquiescence of Dr. Stoltz, the responses to the personal questions questions I personally had for her, which I didn't then copy over to our council comments or council questions, unfortunately. And so I appreciate her answer on that, but it didn't answer fully the questions I had. And so I can certainly understand the request to postpone this for a short time to get more questions answered, even though this is second reading. I had a lot of questions that weren't fully answered, so I'm going to support the motion to postpone.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I think if there was a lot of outcry and opposition in the community, we would have heard it this evening. At the public hearing, we heard, by my count, 0 folks from the community who called in. And we know when we do things that where there are questions and concerns, we tend to hear from people. So not having heard it, not having received a single email in opposition to this and some very solid legal advice, I'm not in favor of postponing this. I think this is an important initiative from our Office of Sustainability and Innovation, and want to support their work going forward.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I know on Energy Commission, we certainly had some questions about how stakeholders were going to be engaged in this process. And I wonder, Dr. Stoltz, if you might be able to speak a little bit to kind of how they were engaged in the process and, yeah, just I guess how they've been engaged in the process so far.
Yeah, I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Jaeger-Lerner here in a second, but just to say that the engagement actually doesn't stop and has continued going. So yeah, if you'd like to take that.
Yeah, our engagement started roughly a year ago now. We put together a stakeholder task force of building owners and property managers in Ann Arbor, energy service providers, the Ann Arbor 2030 district, and then some internal city staff, including affordable housing representatives, the building department, the planning department, and IT. That task force met over a few months, and we co-designed policy recommendations with that task force. We ultimately used those recommendations to put together a draft ordinance. We hosted a public open house back in February. That open house we pushed out through all of the city news and our networks that we already have and networks of our partners. We had a public survey open for a month following that open house, and then we took the rest of that feedback and incorporated it back into the draft ordinance. We met with the Energy Commission to share on those findings and then summarized our final ordinance back to the task force one final time. And then, as Dr. Stoltz has mentioned, since concluding that formal stakeholder engagement, we still continue to engage with folks as they reached out with questions and feedback.
And one other additional point of clarification is we also had kind of a more informal roadshow as well, like with the Main Street Association and others, to talk about the task force and the work and the ordinances that move forward.
Councilmember Romali.
It's unfortunate that when I claim that I am reached out by constituents and others in the community, it's quickly dismissed if others aren't. Especially one colleague is on that email. I will say that we have been contacted. The mayor has been contacted as well. Mayor is on the email list of communications that I was on as well. We have property owners who own well north of 1 million square feet in this city on this email list, who I think would be important to have their buy-in on this initiative. This initiative is not going to be audited. These numbers are not going to be audited. You're going to have people who have to, in good faith, give you this information. So it only makes sense to me is to have buy-in by all members of our community, because the information that's going to be reported will not be audited. So you probably should get the buy-in and the trust of those who are greatly affected. So the information that you're getting is actually good information. This ordinance does not take into effect until 2023, and it gradually gets phased in as the buildings get smaller. All I'm asking for is 3 weeks. And I'll ask Dr. Stoltz to collaborate and corroborate my alibi here that there is concern, and whether she has been involved in those conversations with those folks who are the first to be affected with this ordinance, and those are the folks who own the biggest buildings.
Councilmember Alawi, you're right. We had conversations and dialogue with individuals in the community. We met today and had a really productive meeting. I don't think any of that feedback actually changes the ordinance based on its much more implementation, but you are right. And secondly, I just wanted to flag that we actually do have quality review and a right to audit in the ordinance itself. It's just not required that everyone would do that, but it is built in so we can do quality control of the information that's coming in.
Further discussion on the postponement? Roll call vote, please, on the postponement, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Umlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Adina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
motion fails.
Further discussion on the main motion? Councilmember Romali.
I would just like to share my disappointment in this body once again. The lack of working together, the lack of extending courtesy to others outside this table. It doesn't do us good. And it's not going to be good when we don't have the complete or near complete buy-in with the policy changes. I simply ask for a courtesy of 3 weeks so that the concerns that folks have on this are alleviated, so the participation and the unity in the community can grow on issues. But again, to no avail, unfortunately. There isn't any of that. It's our way or the highway, regardless of what you say. I don't understand why 3-week postponement in an ordinance that doesn't take effect for 9 months is based on volunteer information is a big ask. But the no vote on that postponement is definitely going to be heard by many parts of the community who are growingly frustrated with this city government.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we know that unity doesn't make for easy politicking, and that's why we don't seek it. You know, the concerns that I had over this ordinance spoke to the reporting requirements. And I talked to Dr. Stoltz about this, and my considerations and concerns are that first, we have two things here. So and when we talk about water, the city is the water utility. We know what everybody's water bill is. We don't need them to tell us. And so I don't understand why that's a requirement that faces a civil infraction when we already have that billing information. Secondly, DTE is a utility, and we are considering in the next 8 years making great efforts to have our own public utility, again, where we will know what a building's reporting requirements are and what their energy use is. And we don't know that now, but surely DTE does. And I didn't fully understand the explanation I was given for why we can't just ask DTE for this and not have to put a burden, no matter how small some consider it, on business owners for annual reporting of this to create this benchmarking.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hayner. And just to kind of take those into two parts.
Okay, yeah.
Is it okay to respond? Or would you like not?
Sure. No, it's going to run out my clock, but that's okay because
I'll try to go very fast.
No, that's okay. Those were my two big concerns. And so I don't fully understand why we even need to require property owners under penalty of law to provide this information with the city when it already, half of it fully already exists with the city.
Yeah, so to that question, we may have the data, but consumers don't have the data. And so part of that is the consumer protection, so the marketplace actually can know what that information is. To the second point about getting the data, it's sort of like a relationship that you have with your doctor, that you have to give permission. DT can't give us all of that usage. You have to give them permission to give us that information. And I think Attorney Brady can probably say that more eloquently, or Attorney Wilhelm.
So is this going to allow that? Is this going to allow property owners to just waive that and have the city and DT directly report it to you?
We're working, there's a disclosure form that people would sign, and it would automatically, we're working with DT to have this data automatically uploaded to Portfolio Manager. We're testing it right now with all of our own city buildings to try to make this as easy as possible for folks.
And Waterhawk would be the Aquahawk rather would be the analogy or the paired reporting method on the water side?
That one I have to go to Ms. Jaeger-Lerner on.
Yeah, another layer to this too is that a lot of these buildings are occupied by tenants. We've talked about the consumer protection benefit that we see from this ordinance, but it also means that building owners don't always have an inherent right to that information. But one way that we can make it easier for them to access that information is through aggregated whole building data. And so that's kind of the process that Dr. Stoltz is talking about, is working with utilities to aggregate whole building data in a way that protects tenants' privacy, but it's not currently being done right now. Having them actively see what their energy and water performance is in Energy Star Portfolio Manager, and then sharing that with the city. So that's another element of why building owners don't just automatically have access necessarily to their tenants' water and energy consumption data.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. And I just wanted to answer, at least speak for myself in terms of why I didn't vote for the postponement. I appreciate your desire to get as much buy-in in the community on this issue as you can. My personal perspective on that is that the Office of Sustainability has been working hard to do engagement and try to do strong outreach on this. And because of the timeline for implementation, there is still lots of time to answer questions and alleviate concerns moving forward. And there's a strong desire on part of staff to continue this and not to stop, as we've heard from kind of in their staff reports. So that was my reasoning, not a desire not to work with my colleagues.
Councilmember Griswold.
A question for staff. Will water usage be tied to a building? And are there any, if so, are there any plans in the future to have the number of occupants in a building taken into consideration? I'll
Can
take
you
that
just,
as a yes.
yeah, can you clarify that first bit of will water be tied to a building? Will water consumption be included in this ordinance?
Will our measurements be sophisticated enough to know if there are 8 people in a given residential unit versus 2 people in a residential unit? Because,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. So the EPA has determined what building characteristics are significant in affecting energy and water performance. One of those tends to be how many occupants are in a building. And so it takes into account that and many other things. If anyone is interested, I can share a spreadsheet of what characteristics it looks for in what buildings, but occupancy levels is included.
So for single family homes, we'll know the number of occupants. And the reason I'm asking that is our water rates right now do not take number of occupants into consideration.
Councilmember Griswold, great question. This ordinance is not for single family homes. This is multifamily and commercial sites. Oh, we are working on the health ordinance, which is the other side of that, but we are not ready to bring that to council. So more on that shortly, just not tonight.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Amlawi.
There's just a lot of questionable things in this ordinance, and the rush to passage don't allow it for it to be worked on. And of course, I'm going to be told we can always work on those things later. But as we know, there's so many things coming at us that we don't work on them after they get filed and we move on to the next. I do have concerns regarding the fees associated and the fines associated with this. The first fine is $500. The second offense is $1,000, and then it's $1,000 a day. Okay, $1,000 a day for non-compliance. We have the same fees being associated to a building that's less than 20,000 square feet as we do to a building that's greater than 100,000 square feet. The fines are the same. What's equitable about that? We talk about equity. We say it's going to be baked into every resolution that comes forward. I don't see it there. I don't see how me, a small guy, I can barely staff, I can't even find a busboy right now to comply with this and would comply with all this. And if I don't, face $1,000 a day in fines. I just find this kind of stuff troubling. I really do. I really find what's going on in current city government very troubling. We're going to be compelled to vote for this because in its principle, the genesis, yes. But when you look at the details, it's messed up. Because we're not.
Councilmember Hayner.
I would like to know how that fines, which I think are kind of onerous, were determined. Is it really that essential that every single property report that we're going to slap people with $1,000 a day fine? It's pretty outrageous. So it says in the prelude to this that buildings in Ann Arbor constitute 65% of the total community greenhouse gas emissions. And I think that's probably accurate. I think we've seen that in other places. I am looking forward to the notion that, and that probably includes single family houses as well as buildings generally. I think that's sort of a blanket statement. Is that correct? Or are you
Yes,
talking? Oh, yeah,
it
okay.
does include
That's
all
sort
buildings.
of, that's across
Yeah.
all housing types, right? Okay. So I am looking forward to seeing the per capita water use even in these multifamily residential or commercial buildings and getting a sense of, what that per capita water use is. I think that'll be kind of telling. And is there anything in here, just sort of as a question for the public, is there anything in here that is going to work towards compelling discrete metering on apartment units, so older houses, rental houses that have a single meter? Are we going to try and encourage DTE or the city to do unique metering so that each unit knows what their energy use is versus general, the house is used this much energy, and it's split into 3 apartments or whatever. And so each apartment doesn't know. And I know that DT has done that in some properties. I've seen the gas meters being replaced. I don't remember the exact field language for what it is when you do multiple meters, but does this cover that notion at all? Or is that something that's going on outside of this benchmark?
Yeah, taking that, it would be outside of this benchmarking ordinance, but I do want to give Attorney Wilhelm a chance to answer you and Councilmember Ronlow's question about the fine structure, if that's okay.
So as to the fines, there was discussion among staff about the appropriate level of these fines to essentially create some incentive to and penalty for not complying. In addition, the language is that the fine would be up to these limits and would be essentially set by a judge after the civil infraction is established. So we would go through a court process and the court would then set the fine. We felt that essentially progressive enforcement would be effective. If you have a recalcitrant reporter, then you escalate the fine and create the opportunity for a higher fine for continued violation. We hope that we will not have to bring people into court for civil infractions on this, and that we will work on an educational basis to bring them into compliance. Our goal here is always compliance. It is not to generate civil infraction fines or to punish people for not complying.
Is there any expectation of privacy with energy or water use?
Yes.
And yet we're compelling it by force of law. We're compelling an owner to reveal that by force of law. If this passes.
Yeah, I mean, Attorney Brader, is there anything you wanted to add? Attorney Wilhelm?
So the ordinance does have certain protections for tenants where, again, there would be aggregate building data so that landlords wouldn't know the individual performance or usage of their tenants because of that aggregation. In terms of the privacy, if there is an individual who is not leasing their property or isn't essentially occupying their own so that the ownership of the business or tenancy is the same as the owner of the building, they're exempt from this. So this is really for those who are trying to rent their properties and helping folks who are comparing, okay, the utilities are included in this place, but not in that one, or okay, I'm gonna have to pay my utilities in both those buildings, in the space I wanna rent, which would be higher. That's the kind of thing this ordinance addresses. So we're not going into cases where someone owns the building they're in and there's no commercial reason for them to disclose it. This is a disclosure that goes to the commercial marketplace.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment and recognize the really extraordinary work that staff has done to reach out to different stakeholders. What I personally find troubling is not when I don't get my way, because I'm grown up, but it's when we have staff that explain in fairly plain language really commendable work. They tell us that the conversations are ongoing, that they're open to those conversations, that they anticipate them, and they're trying to do do progressive work that helps protect consumers and provides them with more information, and really helps lead, helps provide work that other communities can replicate. That to me should be appreciated. It doesn't mean that we don't have a role to ask questions, and we see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 staff members here with us tonight to do so, and I think they've done so leading up to this meeting as well. I know I've had a conversation with Dr. Stoltz about this work, as well as the work that we hope to come forward with single family homes as well. So I hope that that we can provide that space to show our appreciation. And I just wanted to take a minute to do so. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I think this may really have already been covered, but I did want to mention that it was fairly clear in the briefing that we received, unless I misunderstood something, that, and this I think was last week's materials and last week's briefing, that enforcement never begins with a fine. It begins with trying to identify the obstacles that are making compliance difficult and figuring out ways to surmount those obstacles. I think that I'm paraphrasing the language. So I think we're making a sort of dramatic accounting of what the fines are, but the city's approach is typically not to fine people on these issues. And it was pretty clear from the memo. So I wanted to make sure that that was out there and clear, and I believe staff made mention of that as well. So
Further discussion? I guess I'd just like to say I think there are a lot of excellent things going on at City Hall and outside of City Hall as a part of the municipal operations throughout the community, and this is an example of it. We have a number of goals that we're hitting with this ordinance. We're of course, providing a measure of consumer protection. We're doing our part to educate consumers about the nature of the energy use in the building that they're looking to participate in. We're also, and in incredible and important measures, moving forward with our A20 goals by providing people with information. So much of energy usage and people's carbon footprint is opaque. We have a difficult time understanding it, even if we wanted to move ourselves forward. But we're unable to do so because we don't have tangible data. This is an opportunity to help provide that data, and it's an opportunity to provide data in an incredibly important component of our A20 program, and that is our existing buildings. And so it will give building owners an opportunity to understand what they're doing, how they're doing, and how they can make their buildings better. How they can use energy as a positive to promote their offerings. And so, I want to give a tremendous amount of thanks to Dr. Stoltz, OSI, and everyone else that's been helping move this along. This is the end of a very long process that has utilized a great deal of engagement at all levels of the community, great deal of listening, a great deal of responding, a great deal of responsiveness. It is incredibly important that we note that and that we're proud of it. I know I am. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Councilmember Hayner, you've already spoken twice on this measure.
Okay, I just think there's a flaw in this, in table 1.1. I don't understand it. I guess it'll go in as a, hopefully to be corrected typo if this passes.
What is the nature of the flaw?
Well, it's a initial reporting date, and it stretches the reporting dates out 4 years. And it says covered city properties, covered non-city properties. And I'm not clear as to what, it doesn't matter. This was a living document, right? That's what we were just told, that even though we're making this law, that it's always subject to improvement. So never mind.
Would it be acceptable to jump in very quickly and try to clarify?
That's okay. I'm just.
Councilmember Dr. Stoltz?
Yeah, just to clarify, we're doing city buildings now. So the requirement would be that city buildings over 10,000 square feet must report. So that would go into effect because we should lead by example. And then we move into large properties over 100,000 square feet next year, down to everything up to 50,000 square feet, and then ending with everything over 20,000 square feet. So it's a phased approach with city properties leading.
And then that's the initial year, and then it's yearly after that.
Correct. That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Onlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Dina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
C1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 1.2 acres from TWP Township District to R2A, two-family district, ESA property 201 Scio Church, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Dish.
Yep, just a couple of quick comments from planning. So this property has been annexed to the city. The rezoning is consistent with the adjacent zoning and the surrounding land uses and the city's master plan. In the future, the petitioner would like to pursue a project containing duplexes like the adjacent land uses and also consistent with the master plan. So by approving this, we will be facilitating that.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C2, an ordinance to add Chapter 74 to Title 6 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, which shall be entitled General Health, and add sections 6:650 through 6:653, sanitation supplies and public restrooms. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of C2. I think I'd like to start this off a little bit, please. If you if you have a public restroom, there are going to be people who will use the toilet, and so there should be toilet paper available for all. If you have a public restroom, there'll be people who will wash their hands, and so there should be soap and paper towels, which will be available for all. And if you have a public restroom, there are going to be people who menstruate, and there should be tampons and pads available for all. These products support basic human needs, and it's long past time that we as a society acknowledge and respond to that reality. We meet these needs already with toilet paper typically and soap and towels, but we've not met this need with respect to menstrual products. It would be good if inclusion in restrooms of tampons and pads were already commonplace, if it were already a social expectation, but it is not. And so this ordinance is a necessity and a long time coming. It would have been a lot longer if it hadn't been for a high school student who came to me a bit ago in office hours to discuss her concern that less privileged Ann Arborites had difficulty obtaining menstrual products. She spoke to me about the difficulties that caused. That conversation got me to thinking, and so after some recent advances with respect to menstrual product availability in Illinois, New York, California, and Scotland, I asked staff to look into whether we can obligate the public restrooms in Ann Arbor supply products that are basic and fundamental. It turns out that we can, and I am confident that we will. During the course of the consideration, I've contacted the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor Public Schools, the Ann Arbor District Library, the AAATA, the DDA, and merchant associations, and the overwhelming response was positive. Period products are a necessity for anybody who menstruates. Access to these items is a matter of personal dignity, a public health necessity, and a healthcare right. Too many in Ann Arbor struggle to obtain them, and I believe that we need and will do something about it. And so I am delighted and proud to have brought this forward with my colleagues, and I very much look forward to the discussion here and elsewhere. Further discussion. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'm not one of the sponsors of this, but I just want to point out that our legal staff is preparing some advice on this, and they had asked that the second reading, if this passes tonight, which I'm sure it will, be postponed until the second meeting in November. So I just wanted to bring that up now. I'm sure that everybody has their whatever in order that they want to talk about it tonight, and that's fine. But I just wanted to point out that we have been asked to postpone the second reading and to a second meeting, not the next meeting. As to the topic itself, I mean, I'll just say, I know that there's some places that are mandated to have public restrooms, bars and restaurants and so on, and they already practice this. And the only problem they've had is when they practiced it freely, like we're going to require here, that they ran into trouble with the just complete emptying of the dispensing units. They were, had thousands of dollars in plumbers' bills because people were, as a joke, flushing them and so on. And so I certainly understand where this is coming from, but the reality for business owners who've already been doing this was that they had to go to like a quarter just because it deferred the prankster or whatever was going on in their bathrooms that was blowing up their plumbing. And so, I think when we mandate businesses do things, we have to expect that they're taking on some kind of burden. And, I don't know if, because this is only mandated for places that are required by law to offer a public restroom, that, my initial reaction was, perhaps people will say, hey, it's not worth it. I'm just not going to allow the public to use my restroom if they're not mandated. And that might happen. But, if they're mandated to, and then they're also mandated by this, the only question is enforcement. And, it's just another thing to put on our community standards people. So, what can I say? I think there's people that have been doing this already that have seen the freeness as a problem with it. Hopefully those incidents are few and far between.
Councilmember Umwali.
Yeah, I appreciate the sponsors bringing this resolution forward. It has spurred much discussion and questions regarding personal hygiene for all. And, we were just told earlier, and we've heard it before, and I've said it, we need to lead by example. And Councilmember Nelson had sent some questions to the staff, which responded to us. And quite frankly, we're not leading on this. Our city facilities don't currently do this at a 100% rate. But yet again, here we are telling businesses and others to take on this role that we're currently not doing ourselves. I'm just a few blocks or a few steps away from Liberty Plaza. And for the last 2 years, I've seen a dramatic increase of folks needing to come into my facility and use my restrooms on a constant basis, bathing themselves in their sinks, in my sinks, washing themselves, using the restrooms, and we allow it, and we have to clean them, and sometimes it's not pretty, and that's fine. But again, where are our public downtown restrooms? Where are they? I just got back from Traverse City. Guess what? They're so progressive, they have them up there. I go to other parts and other communities in Michigan, they have them there. But when I've discussed having public restrooms for our most vulnerable population in Ann Arbor, I get told it's too complicated, it's too expensive, we don't want to do it. So I know this is first reading. I'll be supporting it here and again in second reading. It's not a matter of this particular issue, but the holistic approach to city and the fact that we fail mightily when it comes to providing for the less fortunate, the folks with mental health issues, addiction problems, homelessness. It's there, folks. Ask your people who own businesses and run restaurants and stores in the downtown area. It hasn't been fun. And yet we're asked to do more. And we will do it because we're good community partners. But I want public restrooms ran and cleaned by the city as well.
Councilmember Song.
I have always pointed to the Ann Arbor District Library as being a really good example of having publicly available bathrooms. They've been updated, they're safe, they're clean, they support all vulnerable community members. The library has extended their hours from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. now at all branches. And that's really reassuring, seeing as downtown pre-pandemic during the weekends, the downtown branch saw 3,000 to 5,000 visitors over a course of a weekend when there are programs. You'd be really surprised to see how many people will come out for Bob Ross painting. But also, also supports, folks during art fair, during sports events, hundreds of people and families come for the annual Halloween costume event. So we do have accessible, ADA accessible bathrooms, and the library in the past years actually provided free menstrual products. To my knowledge, there hasn't been considerable problems when it comes to, flooding. The flooding actually that had happened in the past with libraries was due to outdated infrastructure that could have been addressed if we had updated the actual facilities and building, but not because of tampon and feminine products. I'm really pleased to see this come forward. I was not part of this effort. I did talk to downtown business owners who were a little confused by it, but for folks who understood that, we have, I pointed to a study where a quarter of students between ages 13 and 19 years old struggle to afford period products. And recently, our own state house passed legislation against a period tax, a tampon tax, and speaks to period poverty. So this seems to be aligned with what's going on in the state. It's bipartisan supported, and speaks to folks, even in the UBI work that's coming that we're going to talk about in a couple minutes, where folks actually said, I had to choose between, what products to buy to support my family, and included period products, and being happy to be able to afford these items. I'm in support of this. I'm happy to see it. I wish we had caught up with the library before, but it's always good to have a good role model that supports so many community members. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just real quick. I would agree with what Councilman Romali said about our utter lack of public facilities. I know that we put some porta johns in at various places, various parks, Liberty Plaza, up here in Leslie Park by the pickleball courts. There's a couple of basketball courts, really all over town. And so, are we mandating that we also provide these products in those portable toilets? It wasn't clear to me. Secondly, I just want to say that in speaking with folks in the neighborhood and the community about this, I'm always learning things on council, and it's passé to call these feminine products in any way, because there's folks who menstruate who do not identify with the feminine nature of gender. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So I appreciate the proper use of language in this resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
I appreciate some of the examples that people have offered, because one of my concerns with this ordinance, and I appreciate that it's likely to move forward, but I do feel like we're making a giant leap and placing a burden on people that perhaps, to Councilmember Romali's point, are not necessarily the folks who should be taking on yet another burden. In terms of the burden on students, what it looks like to me is that other communities who have implemented a policy like this to direct supplies to those who need it have distributed it through schools and have made these products available through municipal buildings and public buildings, not business buildings. And we're not, it's puzzling to me that we are not starting with ourselves to understand what the cost is going to be, perhaps there's a difference between a quiet bathroom in a library that is fairly well supervised and a bathroom that's tucked into a corner of a busy restaurant. And we're not really taking the time to understand the difference between those two situations. And I also read about the lifting of taxes on these products at the state level. And again, I think that's a situation where we are taking the responsibility of paying for this public good, and we're not foisting the responsibility on the businesses. We're saying, look, the person who's on the purchasing end, the state is taking that burden away. In a sense, we're asking businesses to take that burden away. And I do appreciate what Councilmember Hayner had to contribute, because these are practical questions that you wonder about when you have something that is next to plumbing that is likely to cause problems if people get the idea to do the wrong thing with it. This is an important issue, and I wish we were approaching it a little more thoughtfully in terms of what were the best outlets to get supplies to people who need it. I don't know that, for instance, if I was in need of supplies and couldn't afford them, if my first thought would be to go to the Starbucks. I don't know that, well, Starbucks might not have a problem handling this, but some of our smaller businesses, smaller independent businesses in town, we don't even fully understand what kind of a burden this is going to be on them. I asked questions of staff. Did we understand the cost that would be involved, what the burden was likely to be for the city taking this on, what the burden we were likely foisting on businesses? We don't even understand that. We don't know any of that yet. So I appreciate that there's been a recommendation for a postponement, because I don't know that this has been very well thought through, though the issue is important, and I'm glad that we're thinking about it. I wish we were thinking about it a little bit more, I guess. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, first I want to restate the need for public restrooms in the downtown area. I've been to the Delta hangar at the airport for fundraisers. They have a portable trailer that has very nice restrooms in it. I was in Grand Rapids for a wedding that was outdoors. They also had trailers. So there are units that are available that are not ugly porta-johns, and I seriously think we need to consider them. The problem I think we're trying to solve with this resolution is that some people cannot afford menstrual products. So if that's the problem, I think we need to explore other ways of getting products to people, and the Ann Arbor Thrift Shop is one of the places that does that. I'm not against this resolution. However, I want to make sure it's not just some feel-good resolution that we pass, we never actually enforce it, or it's misused sort of the way the vegetation ordinance is right now. So one customer comes in, takes all the products that's available, and 2 minutes later, another person comes in, there's no product available, so they file a complaint. I think we need to be prepared for those kinds of issues. So I would support a postponement so we can work through the implementation. Thank you.
Councilmember Umlawi.
I didn't think I'd have so much to say on this particular issue, but apparently I do. I think a lot of it stems from the fact that I operate a restaurant, have been for 30 years, and deal with public restrooms on a daily basis. In fact, have to clean them, you know, especially when my guests from Liberty Plaza come over. I will just say that during COVID, neither the Blake Transit Center or the district library had their bathrooms open for the public. Well over a year. I will also say they have hours of operation. What happens after hours? This is a good start. This addresses a fundamental need. But it has a bunch of colliding forces. You know, one with the public safety and health and well-being, and the affordability of such products, and the public distribution, and who should and where should that be, as well as us leading first. The schools leading first. And I'm not sure, and perhaps, I know, Mayor, you reached out to the Ann Arbor Public School District, whether this is a current practice in all their schools. You know, because, you know, if you can answer for me, if you could, whether that is a current practice, and whether that's where we need to be focusing our efforts as well as asking the private sector that operates most of our public restrooms in this city to take this on. And these great anecdotal, you know, stories that we're hearing from my colleagues just throws a little bit of reality into our discussions here as what we're going to do. And I don't think this is going to be will be supported here tonight, and I will support it. But we got a lot of work to do.
By way of brief response, in my conversation with Dr. Swift, I don't recollect whether this was earlier in the spring. I don't recollect whether she indicated that this was something that they had done or were going to do, but there was strong enthusiasm for the prospect. Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Well, as a co-sponsor of this and somebody who helped work on it, I'm really happy to see it come forward. You know, a lot of issues have been raised tonight that I think could be easily applied to toilet paper if we were talking about toilet paper in public bathrooms when public bathrooms first became a thing. You know, for those around this table who do not deal with this issue, I would just say, imagine having to carry around a roll of toilet paper with you everywhere you went, and sometimes finding yourself having run out. The problem this is solving is it's not just one of period poverty, although that is the most important issue. It is also one of access to a basic necessity when you may not have it on your person. And that happens to everyone who menstruates from time to time. We find ourselves stuck without the necessary supplies. This supply is as necessary as toilet paper. And if we believe that public restrooms should be stocked with toilet paper, then we should also, it should follow that public restrooms should also be stocked with menstrual supplies. And I do believe that once they are ubiquitous, concerns about people stealing them will go away. I mean, generally, we don't have people going around to our public restrooms stealing toilet paper, although that may have happened during COVID at certain points when nobody could get their hands on some. But, you know, I think that this is a shift to recognizing that these are not luxury items. These are necessary items. And the state is recognizing they shouldn't be taxed, and we are recognizing that they should be widely available as toilet paper and soap. It's as simple as that.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Councilmember Iyer said much of what I was going to say in terms of the problem that we are trying to solve. I also thought about, you know, is anyone going to try to set a trap? When you go into a restroom and they're out of toilet paper, out of soap, do you think to call community standards? Or do you think to find someone who works there and say, hey, by the way, you need to, you know, just work on your supplies, right? Replenish. That's all we are trying to not only work on, you know, creating an environment that provides basic dignity for all people, but also, you know, working on stigma. You know, the fact that we can have this conversation at the council table, I think is important in and of itself. And hopefully, like we do with other things, create some model legislation that can be used in other places so that it does truly become eventually ubiquitous, like it is in other places in the world where they've already gotten over this. So, so I want to, you know, thank those who worked on it. I was really pleased to be added later in the game as a co-sponsor. I really do think that this is a human dignity issue. It's a stigmatization issue, but it's also one that that does have the opportunity to prevent real health issues in our community. Right? There are outcomes that can be fairly serious. Both, you know, in terms of psychological or psychosocial outcomes, but also in terms of health outcomes. So we may be preventing serious infection, for example, by having this available. And I know based on conversations I've already had with folks at the city that we will be pleased to lead the way in implementing this.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First, I guess I'll just thank Councilmember Iyer because she actually went through and said most of what I wanted to say, probably more succinctly and clearly than I would have. And so this does require us to have a shift in our mentality. But for all of the reasons that Councilmember Iyer listed, I think that this is required. I think this is necessary of us if we want to lead as a city. And I think this is a really great thing. I also want to thank Councilmember Hayner for pointing something out early in this conversation that I do think is important and worth noting, and draw attention to the fact that I know Mayor Taylor worked very hard to ensure that this was not restricted to a specific gendered restroom, and that is important as well, because people of all genders menstruate, and so it is important for us to make sure we're leading in language on this as well. But then I also just wanted to, because it has come up a couple of times, and for those who are interested, I know that this is something I've heard about regularly from the community. I think these issues are distinct and separate, but to the extent that they are tied together, the issue of downtown public restrooms, I think, it is important to note. A few people have noted some of the public restrooms that are available. This is something that I've had several conversations with members of the community about. But ultimately, if we want to make change on something, we need to act on it. And so I also want to thank Councilman Ralawi for taking my call this weekend. And I do hope that we can maybe bring something forward to explore whether or not we can have more downtown public restroom facilities. But I think that it's important to note that these are also distinct. Besides whether or not we have more public restroom facilities, this is an issue that is much bigger than that. And so thanks to the sponsors who did a lot of the work, I was glad that I could sign on to it at the end.
Further discussion? So I don't think we need anything formal in order to bring it back at a second reading, the second meeting in November. But I guess if as we move forward with our vote, if that is the common expectation, I think that'll be good enough. Is that correct, Ms. Beaudry? Excellent.
Yes, for the second meeting in November.
That's bringing it back for a second, vote on this evening. Second meeting in November for the second reading.
Does that second reading include the public hearing then?
It does.
Okay.
And I'd like to advance.
In the case there's like a notice change or something, that's all.
I guess I'd like to advance thank staff for providing a memo on this. Mr. Reiser, I also I worked very closely with Ms. Blake, formerly of the office, on this back in the spring, and so while no doubt Mr. Reiser and team could do it ably on their own from the jump, they will be standing on the shoulder of a giant. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. It is 9:29. Let's take a short break. Meet back here at 9:40. We are back after a short break. My apologies for the delay. C3, an ordinance to amend sections 1451 to 1455 of Chapter 17, reapportionment of wards of Title I of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of C3. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just want to thank the clerk for responding to my concerns about the growth we're experiencing here in Ward 1, that it's likely that this switching reapportionment is going to be moot in a year or so. In Ward 1 will have another 1,500 to 2,000 people living in it, which is going to shift the percentages. But I just want to appreciate her response to my queries on that and the work that I know goes into shuffling this around. And I'm sorry to be giving up West and South Quad and the Michigan Union down there. And I guess the one thing I didn't understand is if the as they are reapportioned, if there will, I assume there's going to be, because I tried to understand it, that there's going to be also a shifting of the precincts. And so typically that section of Ward 1 that's now getting added to 4, I believe it is, they voted at I think it was 11 or 12, which was the Michigan Union. And so I assume that some precinct reconfiguring is going to happen down there at the center of the city area also. Is that accurate?
Ms. Boudry?
Yes, I can answer that. Once
sorry if that wasn't forcefully questionable, questioned enough. Yeah.
I can answer that. Once the wards boundaries are approved, then we will look at, obviously, the precincts have to be contained within each ward. So then we will look at the drawing up of the precinct boundaries within the ward. And those, of course, every precinct would have the same representation. It's just a geographic distributing of the population within the ward. So the limit there by law is 2,999 voters per precinct. And so that Michigan Union location may very well be used in a different ward, depending on once the boundaries are drawn.
Sure. And I also understand that if I saw that correctly, that then folks who were in that, if there are registered voters who already received whatever, they will automatically be updated to understand, hey, now you're voting in a different ward or right? Because like if there's somebody who lives there, they'll get a thing that says, hey, guess what? You're not in Ward 1 anymore. You're in 4 or 5 or whatever.
That's correct. In fact, any change to the voters' districts, whether that's just a number, for example, in the 2011 redistricting, our entire city, the congressional number changed. It didn't change our representative, but every single voter got a card to indicate that we switched from District 15 to District 12. So any change in what number you're assigned, and certainly if you actually have to physically move to a new polling station, but any change to your voter districts will generate a new card in the mail.
Okay, thanks. And this is mandated by state law, I assume. So do they help defray the costs of all that in any way?
They do not.
Sorry to hear that.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you. I also just want to extend my thanks to the clerk for the quick work on this. I know that this was something you were already thinking about and working on from previous conversations I'd had with you, but that you were fairly responsive to requests from the county's reapportionment commission in order to make sure that they could make this as seamless as possible, to make our elections more affordable, and to make lines match up as best as possible. So thank you for that. I also just wanted to draw attention to something that comes up, I think, every time that I speak to students on campus, which is kind of the nature of our boundaries that split the student voice and vote in the city into 5 different wards. And just to draw attention to that is not something that the clerk is choosing to do or that each council, but it is actually laid out in the charter that the city should be broken up in pie-shaped manner with the with the center being kind of at campus area. So so that is something that I know continues to be a question among our student residents. And so I think this is just an apt opportunity to point out that that is stipulated by charter.
Councilmember Griswold.
I also want to thank our city clerk. I think that the new ward boundaries are really ideal. I couldn't think of a better way to do it, but I tried because I didn't want to give up all of my students on the hill. So I'm sorry to be losing them. And also to follow up on something that Councilmember Radina said, I have been approached multiple times about the quote, Republican gerrymandering that we live under here in Ann Arbor with those 5 pie-shaped wards that divide the student population. And there are some students and others that have talked about a charter amendment to remove that pie-shaped requirement. And I'll keep council updated if that actually comes forward and I take possession of it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. Yeah, I just would like to echo the sentiments of gratitude. Thanks for doing this work and doing it so well, and having it ready for the county. And obviously, we on the admin committee got this information a little bit ahead of the body and approved it. And in that meeting, you told us that this would be in effect for any May elections. So I just wanted the public to know that if that's currently the case, and I believe it still is, nothing has changed, that these boundaries would be reflected in any election that would be held next year as early as May.
Further discussion? I just like to, it is first reading, of course, but there's no reason not to thank people who do an excellent job more than once. So Ms. Bondry and you and yours, truly, you're the best. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DB1, resolution to approve Concordia Pines site plan, wetland use permit and development agreement, 660 Earhart Road, moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DB1. Councilmember Dish. Councilmember, you.
Sorry. Is planning staff here?
Moving the planners over right now.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask to have a clarification on a couple of points. So this is a site that was the former Concordia College, and it's part of it is, and that's being joined. There are 2 sites being joined here to provide single-family housing at not a terribly high density. The master plan recommends residential uses at a gross density of 7 to 10 dwelling units per acre, and this will be just 2. And the petitioner informed us on planning that the reason they are not going any higher than that is that the site is really complicated. There's wetlands, there's woods, there's complicated grading issues, and so they didn't want to flatten the site. They wanted to preserve some of what it is currently. And so this is why we see the proposal here. And this is why this probably wouldn't be a propitious site for affordable housing, because to make it more dense, you would really have to, as I said, flatten it. But concerns have been raised about pedestrian connectivity and access. And I wanted to direct those concerns to planning staff, and also bicycle connectivity. My understanding, which may be partial, is that the petitioner is providing sidewalks on both sides of the proposed interior streets connecting to the sidewalk fronting Earhart Road, and that there is a resurfacing project for Earhart Road, and bike lanes will be installed on both sides of Earhart Road, plus filling sidewalk gaps. So it didn't sound to me when this was up on planning whether that this was devoid of pedestrian, provision. So I wonder if staff could clarify the access issues.
Yes, Commissioner Dish, that is, or Councilperson Dish, that is correct. I did have some discussions with the engineering department, and they will fill in the sidewalk gaps through the millage sometime in the future. I think there's ongoing meetings for that, for those sidewalks.
And I don't know if there's any time remaining, but we got an email from Adam Goodman that I think went to the planning folks suggesting a shortcut through the, and it was hard for me to read it because it seemed like his shortcut led to Earhart Road. So I didn't understand entirely what he was proposing. Did you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I did discuss this with the developer and they looked into it, but because of the steep slopes, the natural features, the wetlands, et cetera, there's no way that they thought they could make that even ADA compliant and get permission from Concordia to make any type of connection through there.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'll try and get all this in real quick in the first mention. So this is 32.6 acres that's going to generate $22 million approximately in profit for this developer. 60% of the low grade trees are going to be cut down and 65% of the landmark trees. I don't understand why we have a landmark tree ordinance other than to create a baseline for asking for a paltry sum from the developer to mitigate this destruction. Fleming Creek and Huron River Watershed are both on this site. It is a challenging site. If we believe in our 2030 A20 goals that every building standing in 2030 should be carbon neutral or at least as close to it as possible, this clearly doesn't meet those goals. It doesn't exceed the 100-year storm standard, which is quite low, I believe. And I think that the A20 plan would also indicate that. None of these housing will meet those goals. The best time to build housing that meets these goals is anytime a house is built. And I think we all recognize that. There's no affordability here whatsoever. It's not multifamily. This is not the kind of housing that Ann Arbor needs. Put on top of all that, it's I've been harangued on social media and even in person with the notion that because I live in a single family home, that somehow I'm racist because single family zoning is racist. Well, if single family zoning is racist, then we shouldn't be approving this potentially racist project. And if we believe in our A20 goals that we say we do, then we shouldn't be approving any housing to be built that doesn't meet those goals unless we expect it to be torn down and replaced by 2030.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Yeah, I disappointed with this project. 34 acres yielding only 54 single family homes. I just believe that it's just woefully short of what we're looking for. And if it's going to cause the destruction of the natural habitat, natural features in the area, we should be asking for much more. And I got a question, I guess, to staff, whether, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but the comments that were made by my colleague that adding any more density wasn't possible for reasons of the natural features and such. I have a really hard time right now with the housing crisis that we have, the policies that we're pursuing, the issues that my other colleague just spoke on, allowing this to happen with the little bit of land that's left vacant within our city. We're really going to just get 54 single family homes out of this, and that's no other public benefit other than some money to the parks, and questionable on whether that sidewalk gap should be used, the millage should be used for that sidewalk gap. the intent and the purpose of that sidewalk gap millage was not to take the burden off of developers. It was not to be the substitute surrogate for the developer in these cases. But I go back to my original question, why can't we have denser development at this site? It's just not that much housing for 34 acres.
I can attempt to answer that. What that would require is a pretty significant shift in a lot of our land use policy and specifically our zoning. Over time, many places such as this one were both planned and zoned for single family residential, as I presume that came from some reference to the surrounding land use and a desired pattern of development at the time. To mandate higher density, it would be appropriate for us to look for the policy and the corresponding city steps to actively rezone these areas to such a way that wouldn't allow the type of housing that the council finds undesirable.
Well, I guess it doesn't help that we're at least 2 years behind on revisiting our master plan. We've made differences on our land use, substantial differences without revisiting our master plan. But I'm highly
Got you
disappointed.
3 minutes now, council member.
Highly disappointed in this development.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I'm a bit concerned about the timing of the crosswalks. I live quite close to this area and I've been advocating for bike lanes and sidewalks along Earhart, along with some improvements, and it's been very slow going. So is there a way that we could have the developer fund some of the sidewalks and have that a condition of occupancy? Because we definitely don't want to have residents in this development without those sidewalks, because they can't get anywhere out of their area as it is right now. And also regarding having access at the back of the development through Concordia's property down to the bus stop that's on Getty's. We may not be able to do that formally, but I was down there today and it's there's a path that goes along where the baseball diamonds are. And so I think it would be quite easy if the residents wanted to walk that way to be able to. Now, I didn't look at all the terrain, but I'm not saying the city approves that, but I'm thinking that it may be doable, and similar paths exist in this neighborhood in other areas, and some are official and some are not. So, but back to the sidewalk, can you answer that question? Can we make the filling of the sidewalk gaps conditional on occupancy?
Well, they are providing sidewalk on their frontage along Earhart Road.
Okay.
So they are providing that segment. The rest will be done through the city, through the sidewalk gap millage program.
Okay, so it may be 5 years later after this development is completed?
I don't have a time. Yes, I mean, I could follow up with the engineering department. I know they've had public meetings out there, but to tell you when the gaps are going to be filled, I couldn't answer that.
Oh, okay, because I would be a no vote on this development until we get that resolved, because Earhart is very dangerous due to the road geometry and vegetation growing over the lanes of traffic. Anyway, it's very non-standard out there, and we desperately need sidewalks on the east side of the street. Thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. So if looking at this project, it appears it complies with, this project complies with our zoning, which is why it was approved by planning, despite, I suspect, concerns about it. I think callers and members around the council table have mentioned, this is really not the type of housing that we want to see moving forward in our community. And I think I agree with that statement, those statements. We don't want to see more single family zoning. You know, I too wish that we could require this to be more sustainable. Unfortunately, we are limited by our building codes on that. And so I hope to see changes at the state that allow us to require that. It is concerning to see new housing that's built that doesn't contribute to our goals. I did think it was interesting, the suggestion to have a moratorium on single family zoning that was mentioned by former council member Bannister. I suspect that it's a little bit challenging to do that in the midst of when a project comes to the council table, but I was just curious if staff could speak to the concept of a moratorium on single family zoning and when that would, you know, if council was interested in that, what timing for that would look like. Would that be appropriate to do during while we were considering a project, or really at a separate time?
Well, I would leave some degree of that to the city attorney's office, but I would generally concur with you. It doesn't resonate with me as a tool that you would want to apply as a mechanism for considering a development on your agenda. But it is something that the council could pursue in the future. I would say that whenever such action is taken, it'd be really important for the council to determine what you would be seeking to accomplish that warranted that, because it's a pretty significant action. So it'd be really important to set the goals very clearly about what the council was trying to determine, and to do it in an appropriate time frame. So, but I don't know.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Grant.
Oh, I believe Mr. Postma has his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To address that question, and then I'm happy to jump in.
Just as a follow-up, and I'm sorry for any interruption. I'll have Mr. McDonald provide additional advice on the issues of moratorium, and he can do that in the future so you can understand all the ramifications.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. As Councilmember Briggs stated already, I think it's pretty clear that although we may not be enamored with this development, that it does comply with our zoning and our rules, and the state places a lot of barriers in our way in terms of getting the kinds of development we want to see. I think we also place a lot of barriers in our own way by incentivizing that we do incentivize single family homes, right? The way that we get more is by getting more density in a lot of developments, right? By giving the developers more than what's in the current zoning. So that's how we've been making gains in terms of sustainability, or making gains in terms of getting different kinds of housing. So, if what I'm hearing around the council table is that we want to be more in line with what the federal government is pushing in terms of making our zoning less exclusionary, I think we can certainly have those conversations, and I think we can also recognize that that we don't really have a lot of power here to make any decisions when it comes to a development that complies with our rules. Planning Commission didn't, and we don't as a council. To imagine that we do and is really disingenuous. So I would be perfectly happy if we didn't have discussions at the council table and have to approve developments that meet our criteria, because we really, don't have the power to do anything about it other than to vote yes, and wish that it was different.
Councilor Brisson.
Councilmember Griswold had indicated that this development is very close to where we both live. It's within walking distance to Green Hills, to King Elementary. There's another preschool, elementary school along Earhart. If we want to speak to diversity in our city, King Elementary is actually, the student body is represented by children from 20 countries and 35 languages. It's also where children from Green Baxter Court, who are supported by Community Action Network, also attend King Elementary School. So while this development won't particularly meet the housing crisis in our ward and the diversity of income and race that's represented in our neighborhood, and it's unfortunate because I think there would have been support if this was a more dense development, as there have been conversations where folks realize that this would have been a nice opportunity to put dense development right close to 23. But that isn't the case. And given the demand in the area, and if we look at the census numbers where our ward has grown by a couple thousand folks, this will likely go pretty quickly. So in the meantime, what the work that I've done is talk to schools to see if they can accommodate these families. And also, hopefully we can also speak to how we had an opportunity to slow down this road, slow down Earhart, and had actually engaged the community and surveyed folks on what needed to happen on Earhart and Glacier. So can staff speak to those plans and how we can revisit that as it relates to this development? Is there, along the traffic that we will, and the improvements that we can see as this development comes in?
We can't. That would be public services. I can share what we have learned, and Mr. Cheng, correct me if I'm wrong, but that the initial work is sort of refurbishing of the existing right-of-way and some reconfiguration, as was discussed, to talk about bike lanes and the like. Their community engagement, as you discussed, is happening for the more northern portions of that. I don't know exactly where that break is, if it's at the Green Hill connection or otherwise, but there is discussion about what are the long-term plans for the northern segment of that. So the short is, I do think that there's opportunities to see how this development and other things would impact and influence the ultimate design decisions for that, which have not been made to my understanding.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. Well, it's good that there's 11 members here present to be able to support this. I won't be supporting this for many reasons, a few that I've already articulated. We declare a climate emergency. We're requiring all these things for so many things on people and businesses, as we do every meeting, at passing new ordinances as we did earlier tonight. But yet here in the last whereas clause, it says the development would not cause a public or private nuisance and would not have a detrimental effect on the public health, safety, and welfare. Now, if we're thinking we're going to continue to build that way under a climate emergency and climate neutrality goals, and then we're going to include that sentence into this resolution, I just have a hard time. I have a hard time supporting that, and I understand it's a by right development and this and that, but I challenge that right now under the auspices of a climate emergency. We have an existential disaster looming, but yet we're going to build homes that are designed for the next 100 years that are going to severely disrupt the natural environment and offer very little housing. And the housing that it does offer is going to be to the top 5%, perhaps 2% of our population. I just won't support this. But thankfully for the petitioner, there's many people on this screen here tonight that will.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I attended some of those community meetings, and to my knowledge, the plans only went down to Waldenwood. So it was Waldenwood North, and it did not address the most dangerous area, which is south of Waldenwood down to Earhart. So I believe that staff is proposing improvements in that area, which would be near this development. But again, we don't have any estimated time for the roadway improvements, or is it just the sidewalk gaps that we don't have an estimated completion time? I guess my question is, do we have, go ahead.
Chris, I thought we had road improvement estimation for the repaving from Walden Woods South.
Yeah, I'm going back and I'm looking through the conversation I had with the engineer who was working on that. So let me see if I can't find some additional information. I'd also like to add that if you had questions for the developer, I think they may be included. If you had any specific questions for them, they may be able to answer also. Let me just take a quick look at my emails.
Oh, okay, and you can get back to me later.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I was hoping staff might be able to speak to the language around public health, safety, and welfare. I know that it's easy for us to want to pack a lot into that, but legally, kind of, if you could speak a little bit to the conditions under which public health, safety, and welfare can be used as a reason to deny a by right project.
I appreciate it's often referenced, and my advice to the council is that you answer whether or not the public health, safety, and welfare is being achieved by compliance with the ordinances that you establish. So that is the basis for police power ordinances. Those are the basis for your chapter, in this case, chapter 55, the UDC. And that is an affirmation that the proposal is meeting the ordinances that you establish for measurement.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I just want to make it really clear that in speaking about this development, I did not mean to advocate for it. It is certainly not my favorite kind of housing. It's no doubt there might be better uses, more efficient uses for this parcel, though it is a complicated parcel. But it is a by right project, and we do not have any discretion over a by right project. So in one respect, this entire conversation is a waste of time. I will be voting for it, not because I like it, but because the law, common sense, and prudence about not landing this city in court, which is something I take seriously, requires that I do so.
Councilmember Hayner.
You know, I'm happy to land the city in court in this case because we've passed up many opportunities to define exactly what we mean by the health, safety, and welfare, and in doing so, making the rapid types of changes that we needed to our land use and zoning to avoid exactly what's on the table before us today. So, you know, a couple of years back, we had a situation with the Trinitas development up the street from us. In 8 years, those are not going to be carbon neutral properties, and neither are these. And it's disingenuous to suggest, to throw up our hands and say, by right. Well, let's get moving on changing what those rights are. I'm happy to vote against this. I don't have any sympathy for somebody who's making 22 to 27. What are these guys? This Toll Brothers, single, what are they going to be? Like, I looked at the plan, there's like 3,000 square foot, 4,000 square foot houses with these from the low 600s. This guy's going to make 27 million on this project. He's got all kinds of money to fight us in court. But at some point, we're going to have to put our foot down, and we're going to have to say that our zoning, we're going to have to admit to ourselves that our zoning does not reflect the wants and needs and desires of the majority of our community as expressed in our various plans. And I know our 820 plan isn't an actual master plan or a reference document. And so we don't have a choice to lean on that like we do some of our other ones. But, let's get together and make that change and make it part of a master plan referral document. And I'm sorry to keep using master plan, but my time is limited. I don't like that language. But you know,
Actually,
we
Councilmember.
got to make the changes we want to be. We have to be the changes we want to see. It's ridiculous. I cannot support this. I won't put my name to this.
I got Mr. Hutchinson. Did you have a response to something?
I did. There are some questions about some of the public projects out on Earhart, so I just wanted to address those real quick. The project that we have scheduled for next year is the resurfacing of Earhart from Getty's up to Green Hills, where the road starts to split. It's a basic resurfacing project. We will be adding bike lanes to that as part of that project. In 2024, or in 2023, sorry, the following year, we're going to address the area to the north of that, and we're still having, or we're getting started on public meetings regarding that roadway up there.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Like Council Member Dish and others, I will reluctantly vote for this because I really have no other choice if I want to be prudent and responsible as a council member. And but I do want to say that I'm really excited to hear all of the support from my colleagues tonight for eliminating exclusionary zoning. This is quite a sea change from just last year when the 820 plan was debated, and it initially included by right development of up to fourplexes, and several council members at this table, including Council Member Hayner, had concerns with that at the time. So I'm just really excited that that there's been this 180 change, and I say, you know, yeah, let's vote for this tonight because we have to. But you know, let's move forward on looking at exclusionary zoning and what we can do to eliminate it as quickly as possible.
Councilmember Hayner, you've already spoken twice.
Yeah, well, my name was named and my remarks were mischaracterized by my council colleagues. So I'm going to ask for a point of personal privilege here.
The point of personal privilege comes when your motives and the like have been attacked, and that is not the case here. If you feel like
it happens plenty.
Well, fact remains, here, no.
I disagree.
Further discussion of the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Dina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC1, resolution to approve a professional services agreement with DLZ Michigan Inc. for engineering design services for the East Medical Center Drive Bridge rehabilitation and widening project in the amount of $1,011,319.29. Moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, at DC1. Councilmember Romlawi.
You know, I wish we could have more opportunity to speak, but still 5 minutes in totality. This first opportunity, I won't take all 3 minutes. There's just been a lot of questions and I think misinformation, you know, about this project. The future use in the area, what happens with this infrastructure upgrade or replacement if it was to go forward, and what type of mobility would be using that infrastructure. And I think this was discussed briefly when this originally came to council about the structure beneath the bridge, the decking, and what the future use and purposes could possibly be and changed to reflect our future aspirations, policies, goals, and ways of moving folks around. I guess I'm just going to use my 3 minutes to help paint the picture here that the question is, if we were to approve this as it's being proposed, this has the possibility and the potential to be changed in the future to accommodate the concerns that have been raised about increased traffic and not being pedestrian friendly. I know Michael Rain is here and others who can comment on the applicability of the bridge and the uses going forward. Again, it seems like the critics of this are saying that this is going to be used for cars, is going to be car centric. And I'm just concerned that that's what is being discussed here, and that might not be the case. If someone can help me better explain the future intended and practical uses of that replacement. Whether it's our own engineer or someone.
Mr. Hupy, perhaps? Mr. Hutchinson?
Mr. Hutchinson, if you could.
Yes. So we have studies that have been done on the intersection as a whole and alleviating the congestion issues there show that we do need an additional vehicular lane coming into the hospital over that bridge. And the widening will help for the future flexibility when we do redesign the intersection to provide that space. That's not to say that there aren't other opportunities for non-motorized travel in this area. We have 21 feet of sidewalk that's already along there that we have to work with. In addition to that, there's also plans that were outlined that I gave a very brief view of in the memo that I provided about passages underneath the bridges too, that can help with non-motorized connections in the area as well.
Councilmember Briggs.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on to Councilmember Briggs, can I point out that there was an introduction item for this piece of legislation, and I don't know when we have passed the appropriate time for an introduction item, but if there's an opportunity to slip it in, Mr. Hutchinson has a few comments to give based on some late breaking council questions.
A salutary interruption, Mr. Fournier. Mr. Hutchinson, please.
Yes, there was a question that came in regarding whether if this is approved, that if a future connection underneath the East Medical Center Drive Bridge would preclude at-grade pedestrian crossings, and the answer to that is no. It would not preclude at-grade pedestrian crossings. There are at-grade pedestrian crossings at the intersection right now. If there was a future connection underneath the bridge, or even if it was decided to be part of this project, that would not necessarily replace at-grade crossings.
Thank you. Had I asked did I take down
I believe
Briggs's hand?
Councilmember Briggs is next.
I did, yeah. Her hand isn't up, so I zigged when I should have zagged. Councilmember Briggs, it's all you.
Yeah, that was good. I'm glad there was the introduction. So I wanted to thank staff for the more comprehensive memo that was provided, and Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Fournier for meeting with me during this time period, as well as Stu Gott and Michael Ryan. I've definitely learned a lot more about this project and appreciate that, and appreciate that there's a lot more out there in the public forum for others to be able to dig into at this point as well in terms of those reports. So I would like to, I also appreciate the inclusion of the Transportation Commission moving forward, and the suggestion around a resolved clause that we can introduce as council if we're wanted to. On that note, I wonder if Ms. Beaudry could forward around 2 resolve clauses that I would like to introduce. We could consider them separately or together. I suspect that folks will want to consider them separately. While we're waiting, I'll read them out loud so folks can hear them. The first one would be resolve, the final design will utilize the additional width and capacity to facilitate and encourage multimodal travel, e.g. transit, carpool, and bike. And the second resolved clause is the one that was provided in the memo by staff around the border-to-border trail. That one reads, resolved that council directs the city administrator to negotiate an amendment to the contract with DLZ to design the east-west pathway connection under the East Medical Center Drive Bridge and develop a cost estimate for construction, and that the city administrator be authorized to approve this amendment to the contract. I'd like to move those, but I'm happy to move those separately or together. Yeah.
Let's roll with the first, please. Is there a motion on the amendment with respect, pardon me, is there a second with respect to the amendment as to width? Seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Is that friendly to the body? I've got Councilmember Ramlawi on a question.
Yeah, I apologize. Thanks. The example of transit, I'm sorry. What is the sponsor envisioning with that? I assume all modes would be transit, carpool and bike, but
Yeah, I was anticipating. I mean, there's many ways, different ways that multimodal transportation could be facilitated, but we could have there could be a carpool transit lane. There could be a carpool transit bike lane. That additional capacity could be used in ways that produces, is in better alignment with the plans that we've passed.
my next question is, what do the engineers and representatives from the university feel about this, whether it's something that is amenable and possible?
I wonder if I still have the floor after introducing the amendment, or
there was I guess I had asked for a question as to whether it was friendly. It was no. I asked a question. I'll give you the floor on that. So you'll have a floor on the amendment, and I won't count the question against Ramlawi on the amendment. Councilmember Briggs.
Okay, so I think I've described a little bit the intent around this. We have, I appreciate what the information that we were provided in our memo about the desire to see this additional roadway width being allocated to primarily to vehicular traffic. However, when I'm looking at the plans that we've passed, whether it's the transportation plan or our carbon neutrality plan, or even the university's recent carbon neutrality plan, those all seem to direct us to reducing single vehicle travel and making improvements on our infrastructure for transit, bike, and foot. When I'm looking at the information provided in the memo around desirability of adding capacity there, I'm seeing information around congestions at peak hours, which is suggesting that is commuter traffic, that we have the ability to help facilitate moving into other modes that we wish to see. Now, certainly, as Councilmember Ramlawi mentioned earlier, the opportunity always exists at a later date to reconfigure the roadway in some different way if we learn that we have produced a roadway configuration that simply doesn't work for our community. But I would rather create one that is better in line with our plans initially with this $8 million project.
On the amendment, I got Dish, Hanner, Ramlawi, and Griswold on the queue. On the your hands were up for the main motion. I'm just going to run you through on the amendment. If you have something to say on the amendment, perhaps, then we'll hear that. But then if you could please cycle back on the queue for the main motion. Councilmember Dish? No? Councilmember Hayner?
Like, I live in this area. I live by this bridge and on this bridge and over this bridge, and I see all the commuter traffic every single day of my life. And I see gold passes and blue passes blowing by me, and it is 1 in 1,000 if there's a carpool. If there's 2 people in one of those cars, it's a shock for me to see it coming from the hospital. And so I don't, and we, as it was pointed out to us by someone, I don't recall who it was, but I thank him for that, you know, Fuller Road already has an HOV lane, and the sign's still there, but the pavement markings aren't anymore. And nobody treats that like they do in California with HOV lane. And so I appreciate the sentiment here, but I'm not sure that it's going to have any actual impact on the use of this. So, you know, I mean, what can we do, Mr. Rain and Ms. Gott, to encourage carpooling to the hospital? It just never happens. And so I get it. I get what you're doing here, but it's just not going to happen. Like, we just don't have the authority, apparently. And people are willing to cede our authority on planning matters. I'm willing to cede our authority on this.
Councilmember Amlawi?
Yeah, just to go back to the questions that I had, what impact would it have? Is there any reservation of allowing this? Does it do anything to jeopardize the project? Or I will continue with that, just a little bit of commentary that I agree. I'm actually over that bridge and on that bridge quite often, feeding members of the community at the hospital. And as Councilmember Hayner said, there's a tremendous amount of traffic there. And the only time you see more than one person in a car is when it's a commuter bus taking folks to the yellow lot or the orange lots on Fuller. And the fact that you do have an HOV lane on Fuller that's been there for nearly 30 years that doesn't get observed. So I do appreciate the spirit and the intent of this amendment. But, will it have a big impact? That remains to be seen. My question is just a courtesy to the partners in this project, whether this will have any negative impact on their ability to perform what's prescribed.
Mr. Ream, Ms. Gott?
Thank you, Maria.
Go ahead, Mike.
Director of Community Relations. Thanks for the opportunity. We're very conscious and very respectful that this is the city's bridge. And we are here tonight and the original proposal going back to September because of a lot of work that went in with our traffic consultants, our engineers, our planners, in concert with the city's traffic department and the city's engineers. And we're here for 3 reasons. The additional travel lane, the widening makes sense at this time to complete as part of the bridge rehabilitation. I'm not a civil engineer. Nick can explain it. Craig can explain it far better than I do. But simply in common layman's terms, from an economy of scale, if you're going to be working on something of this magnitude, it makes sense to widen it at this juncture. And then the third reason, we're in alignment with the city staff in that right now, widening affords flexibility to the city for however the best way to reconstruct, redesign the Fuller Maiden Lane intersection, which we expect to be and look forward to be at some point being at the table for that. So that's why we're here tonight. But again, we're respectful of the bridge that is owned by the city. So if the appetite by this council isn't to widen it, and it's simply to rehab, our commitment at 50% of that construction costs, remains in place. Sue, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Well, I didn't hear a response to the question as to whether or not the resolved clause was discomfiting, or like, is that a challenge? Is the amendment a challenge, or is it fine? Does it complicate matters, or is it consistent with long-term goals?
We're committed to, paying the $5 million to widen the bridge if we have a full travel lane. Now, Mr. Hutchison, and I don't mean to be dismissive or to go run on, Mayor, but Mr. Hutchison lays out in his memo the possibility of the lanes remaining, the 4 11-foot lanes remaining, a new 11-foot lane being added, and then having the existing width of the 10.5-foot sidewalks to accommodate the multimodal routing that is desired here. And so, Mayor, that's, our answer is it could be a complication, because unless we get a travel lane at the end of the design process, in all likelihood, the Michigan Medicine Administration and the University of Michigan Administration wouldn't commit the $5 million. I hope that answers the question.
Councilor Griswold.
Yes, I believe that this extra lane is needed to get traffic to the emergency department. And I don't think it's our place to reduce response time to the emergency room. I have a question for city staff, and that is, we keep hearing that adding a lane induces demand, and that may be true of a roadway, but in this case, it is basically a drive going up to the hospital. And so widening the lane is not going to result in more people going to the emergency room or going to the hospital, to the parking structures there. Is that correct, that we shouldn't be using this induced demand theory?
I would agree with that in this case. If we were talking about, say, Plymouth Road or Stadium Boulevard, I completely would agree with the concept of induced demand there. But this is a unique circumstance where, like you said, the bridge basically leads to the hospital, and the demand is really going to be predicated upon the activities at the hospital, not so much an induced demand situation.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then I will be strongly supporting this. And I just want to mention that the lighting at the intersection is inadequate. And I hope that it is addressed before we have another serious pedestrian crash. And I'll be describing 6 of them in my closing remarks tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson on the amendment.
So we're talking about an amendment that eliminates the added traffic lane. I think I need to ask for clarification of that. No?
I don't read it to eliminate the lane, but go on.
Okay. Well, no, well, okay, because what is the additional width that we are adding apart from an additional travel lane?
Councilmember Briggs, I stepped in perhaps when I shouldn't have. Councilmember Briggs, it's a question about the amendment proposed.
My goal in introducing this is that we would be encouraging, utilizing that lane to encourage travel that's not single occupancy vehicle travel. So there's a lot of ways that that lane could be utilized, or that width could be utilized. That needs to be determined throughout the design process. I don't want to predetermine what that design would be, but I wanted to make sure that it's in alignment with our goals.
Okay, then I need to redirect a question to staff then, because if, based on where we left off with Councilmember Griswold, if the traffic that we have identified is specifically going to the hospital, it's not traffic that is choosing this as a route because it's wide and fast and easy. It's literally people who are headed to the hospital. I mean, do we not have statistics about how many people on average find it convenient to go to the hospital by bicycle or bus? I mean, this sort of goes to the very special circumstances of what this destination means for people, and how people find themselves in a situation of needing to go to the hospital. I guess I would like maybe a repetition of the explanation of how we got to where our staff recommended the need for an additional lane of traffic in this specific place. Maybe I'm asking for an answer from Mr. Hutchinson.
Previous traffic studies that were done at this intersection indicated that, well, first of all, there's congestion at this intersection. That's been known for a while. And particularly getting in and out of the hospital. One of the things that needs to be done to alleviate that congestion would be an additional vehicle lane going into the hospital. So a southbound lane over the bridge. That's something that was recommended by a previous traffic study.
All right. Well, I mean, given that, I don't know that I can support this amendment if we are understanding this as necessary for vehicular traffic. The only option that I can imagine that would permit that in this additional width would be something like a carpool lane. And I don't see how this is very practical to solve the problem that we're actually trying to solve. Yeah, and I thank you.
It's hard to, it's not possible to say right here at the moment without doing a substantial amount of traffic analysis to see whether the mode split in that area would be enough to if there was a lane dedicated to transit carpooling, if that would be enough to alleviate the congestion. I can't answer that right now with a lot. There need to be a lot of further analysis to see if that would be viable or not.
Well, it strikes me that that an option like that would always be on the table without us adding the resolve clause.
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Potentially.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Remind me, Mr. Hutchinson, when are we seeing the traffic congestion? It's during the morning rush hour. Is that right?
The study that was done previously indicated morning and afternoon peaks as a challenge. Okay. But there is also changing demographics at the hospital too, in terms of vehicle usage as well.
Oh, meaning younger employees not using vehicles?
Well, and this is probably something the university can speak of to better than I can, but patient use versus employee use. Maybe Sue, you can add to that perhaps?
Yeah, sure. AM peak is probably the greatest peak. It's a combination of when surgery, we have a lot of morning surgeries, so those are patient cases, as well as visitors coming in the morning. And then, as Nick mentioned, really over the last maybe 15 years, as we built MOT and now with the clinical inpatient tower, we have shifted in a handful of our parking spaces from employee spaces to serve patients as a priority. And we'll see that shift continue when we open the new clinical inpatient tower, the new pavilion.
Okay, so this is a mix of patients and employees that are kind of causing this congestion. So, I mean, that is correct, right? We're not just talking about patients going to the emergency room. We're talking about
Right. Oh,
scheduled
absolutely.
surgeries. We're talking employees going in for shifts.
Yep.
And so when it comes to employees, it certainly strikes me that we can and should be encouraging as many people as possible to carpool in or to use transit to the greatest extent possible. If we're serious about our A20 goals.
Yeah, we have a pretty strong, robust transit system for Michigan Medicine, bringing in express buses for employees from a number of locations for that very reason. And just because parking is very limited
It's a
for
nightmare.
employees at the medical center. So we will now see over time the parking associated with employees continue to go down as we need it for patients.
Okay, so I would be comfortable supporting this amendment because, I mean, it doesn't mandate anything, but it's encouraging what we want to see. And again, we're talking about employees, not patients. Thank you.
Well, if I could jump in, I don't know if it's appropriate, Mayor, so if it's not, you can cut me off. But as Mr. Hutchison and Mr. Fournier included in the memo, one of the things that's kind of lost in this is we're talking about a large public hospital, a large regional hospital. And the fact is the majority of our patients come from outside the Ann Arbor. So it's the general public, it's our patients. It's not simply visitors and employees. And the large percentage that are coming in from Southeast Michigan, out of state, to either the 3 hospitals, and please don't forget about the cancer center that is there, and the cardiovascular center. So I want to make sure that we're keeping in mind it's a regional public hospital with a large percentage of our patients coming from out of state, outstate potentially, and driving.
Thank you. For my part, as I read the text of the proposed resolve clause, I think it does have a little bit more. There is more obligation in there than encouragement. Final design will utilize the additional width and capacity to facilitate and encourage. While I want to facilitate and encourage, the bridge serves something to the effect of, well, the bridge is a last mile, and I don't know how, what level of utility there is. Well, I'm having concerns with the extent to which that this would obligate a change that we want to encourage systemically, but which may or may not be applicable entirely in this context. Councilmember Dish.
I'm happy to speak, but I saw Mr. Fournier's hand go up right as you
I'm
were
sorry.
speaking. So I don't know.
Probably correcting me with something, but thank you, Mr. Fournier. Do you want to jump the queue to respond to something?
I'm happy to let the council members speak. I'm not attempting to correct you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, darn it. Somebody has to. All right. Well, raise your hand again so I don't forget since I put you down. Councilmember Romlawi.
No, wait, I was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Dish.
Yeah. Okay, so I just, it seems that we're not talking about one piece of concerns that community members have raised, and that is the pedestrian safety at this intersection. So I think this amendment is trying to inject some measure of concern for making this crossing safer for pedestrians and bike commuters or travelers. And I'm not sure, I will support this amendment, but I don't think that it goes far enough, because I think that these two things are conjoined, but we're getting focused on the one thing, which is about the lane widening. And clearly the lane widening has raised significant concerns among residents that this intersection, which is already unsafe and challenging, will become worse. And so there are people who walk to the hospital, and we have been building housing in order that people will walk to their jobs at the hospital. And so I am concerned that we aren't fully addressing the question whether the designs that were offered to us do as much as they can to enable pedestrians and cyclists to be as safe as possible, because people use this intersection to go off to the university as well. It's not just going to the hospital, but you can go right. I mean, I go sometimes right there to get to the part of campus that has Palmer Commons on it. So, and it's not pleasant. So I don't know, could we, I mean, so I don't want to lose sight of that part of the discussion. And I am concerned that we aren't addressing the concerns about pedestrian safety at the foot of the bridge by the hospital.
I forget who, had Councilmember Amlai, were you on the queue? Councilmember Amlai.
Thank you. It's so easy to conflate things at this table, and it happens too often. You know, the need here has been, I think, clearly stated by the university of what the intended purposes would be, and that is for southbound vehicular traffic. We've also heard there's increased number of patients and visitors, not employees, to the hospital. From my experience being in that area thousands of times, the dangers exist as you approach the bridge, the corners, the areas surrounding the lanes of traffic, not the lane of traffic itself, but the intersections, the crosswalks, the lighting, the lack of visibility. All that contributes to the lack of pedestrian safety in that area. You know, I restricting what use that is, when we're hearing from the folks there from what's going on, I think isn't wise. I think they're going to work with us as best as they can. They've heard us, they've heard the community, and I think they're going to implement the safety considerations as they move forward. I would only ask this, because we're hearing a lot of this and that, but very little information to support it. And that is, what percentage of hospital employees and patients walk from work or walk from their house to work, or if they're going to the hospital to visit somebody? Do we have any percent? Does the university have any information they can share with us? How many people actually bike or walk to work, including, if possible, visitors and patients?
Unfortunately, Councilmember Amlawi, I don't have that numbers. We have our total employees. We have an estimate of the last 4 or 5 years, even with the COVID number, for inpatient visits and total visits and outpatient visits. But in terms of how many people either bicycle or walk to their appointments, to their examinations, I don't have that level of breakdown.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I definitely agree with the statements around there's a lot going on in this area. There's certainly issues at the intersection. The intersection improvements are going to be coming to us in a few years from now, I understand, after this bridge is done. And the next amendment that I'll be introducing, it addresses that to some degree with the border-to-border trail and trying to improve that. And I respect the university's comments that this is a regional destination and that there is a lot of vehicular traffic that comes here. And actually, for that point, in many ways, I think it's additionally important that we slow traffic in this area because people are stressed, they're confused, and they don't know where they're going. And we have a lot of vulnerable users in this area. And we know that bridges are bottlenecks. And the reality is, with the congestion here, there's not the ability to take this from a 4 to a 3-lane conversion in the future to make additional improvements for bicycle or transit there. What we can do, however, is look towards the future and make sure that as we make our capital improvements, that space is allocated in a way that's consistent with our plans. We have an adopted plan that says we want to reduce vehicular travel in our city, vehicular trips in our city by 50% by 2030. That is no small task. And that is going to require us to really shift every single thing we do. And every time we have a project that comes towards us, we have to think about what we want the future travel to look like. And I know the university has a carbon neutrality plan as well and is trying to reach those goals. I understand this is an incredibly complex area. And that's why I'm willing to support a widening in this. However, I'd like to see that space utilized in a way that's consistent with our plans.
Okay, Mr. Fournier.
No, on reflection, I think I will reserve comment and allow the council to continue debating. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Heener.
Reading this RFP response to this work plan properly, page 8 speaks to the alternative developments for this lane, and I mean page 8 and 9 speak to a lot of the things that we're debating here. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about slowing traffic. Traffic is plenty slow right here. So I'm not sure that this is necessary, this amendment.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'm a little concerned that we're not discussing the trips to the emergency room by EMS, by ambulances. I see ambulances coming in from other communities, not just from Ann Arbor. And so we don't need traffic calming in the path of an ambulance. And I really think that that is one of the key elements here. And we're talking about how we have to live by our rules for sustainability. And we've seemed to have forgotten that we just approved a single family housing unit because we couldn't change in the process. And now we're trying to put the squeeze on the University of Michigan and their EMS pathway. And so I really think that we need to go forward with this extra lane and leave it up to the university if they think that it can be used at some future point for something other than vehicular traffic, including EMS and ambulances.
Councilmember Adina.
Yeah, I just have a quick question for maybe the resolution sponsor, but possibly staff as well. You know, the way that I read this also, it encourages other forms of multimodal travel, transit, carpool, bike. Would that exclude designating this for emergency vehicle use?
Last time I checked, EMS vehicle was not single occupancy. So I think most of those, that would certainly include that in a carpool lane.
Yeah, and so I just want to point out, I mean, I think that would be an interesting use of this additional lane as well to make it, for emergency vehicles to have easier transport through the area.
Further discussion on the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ronlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Dina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. We have Councilmember Briggs back on the queue with respect to the second proposed amendment. Councilmember Briggs moved by, Councilmember Briggs seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion please of this second resolve clause. You want to read that, Councilmember Briggs?
Maybe I can pull it up. So resolve that council directs the city administrator to negotiate an amendment to the contract with DLZ to design the east-west pathway connection under the East Medical Center Drive Bridge and develop a cost estimate for construction, and that the city administrator be authorized to approve this amendment to the contract. So this language was developed by staff at my request based on the discussion that occurred around the council table last time around wanting to facilitate at least a leg of the border-to-border trail during this construction process. So that's what this helps to aid travel through the intersection more easily, really east-west. It's important to remember that border-to-border trail here is incredibly important. It's very useful to the community. It's not as useful in terms of thinking about getting in and out of the university as for bicycle and pedestrian movements, but it's certainly critical to getting safely through that intersection.
Councilmember Hayner.
Am I reading this wrong? On page 8, it says the existing bridge has 10-foot wide concrete walkway at the toe of the north abutment slope. If possible, under the existing bridge, the existing path will be widened to a final width of 14 feet to accommodate future path connections. Isn't that what you're asking for?
So I read it the same way that you're reading it right now. What I was informed by Mr. Hutchinson, and please jump in if I'm getting this incorrect. Basically, when they're redesigning the bridge, they're planning on widening that sidewalk to appropriate widths, but just under the bridge. They weren't planning on designing the border-to-border trail segment from sidewalk to sidewalk. So this is adding that southern connection.
It speaks to the cross-sectional geotechnical information being collected to do just that.
I'll let Mr. Hutchinson.
Okay, well, I thought we already were doing that, so.
Councilmember Briggs is correct. We wanted to make sure when we were doing the bridge work and rebuilding the bridge that we had a wide enough space under the bridge for a future path, and that was what it was included in the current design scope.
This is not, that is not sufficient for our needs for border to border? Like the final paragraph on page 8 that speaks to these cross sections says prepare up to 3 concept drawings, including plan and section views and so on for the pathway and retaining wall. Is this beyond that?
This would be designed.
I want the B2B to be part of it. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like we all do, I think. I already thought it kind of was when I read through this for the 5th time.
Yeah, this additional scope that's being proposed would be to design the pathway from Fuller down under the bridge and then back up to Fuller on the other side. It ultimately, as in that portion of it, wouldn't necessarily, I guess, technically be a connection back to the border-to-border trail. There is a future concept for that would get across the river and connecting to the border-to-border trail on the north side of the river. But this scope would be to have the pathway, again, to avoid having pedestrians and bikes having to go through. They would have an alternative to go down underneath the bridge and then back up to the other side of Fuller.
If I may have you add on that so I understand what's happening here. That is, I'm looking at this drawing, right? Or where we've taken a photograph of it and the area of study. So they're saying from the north end underneath this bridge and back up again. So crossing over the tracks somehow?
No, the pathway would remain on the north side of the tracks.
It would be one of the parallel
Councilmember?
fuller pathways you're
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
I'm
correct.
sorry. I misunderstood the scope here.
Further discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Amlawi.
What is the cost associated with this proposed resolution? Would there be any additional costs? And what are they?
You mean associated with the proposed amendment?
Yeah.
We do not know. We have not negotiated that with the consultant yet.
I just think we're throwing a lot at once here, and I'm not comfortable approving on the fly amendments and to resolutions without knowing the costs. And I quite frankly would rather know more about this, know the costs, have other partners in this. I've used the border trail quite a bit, not as often recently as I tend to do longer rides now, but I've always I've always traveled that area using the northern side of the bridge, the northern crossings, and so I just need a little bit more familiarity as to the proposed work and the contracts associated and the cost in doing so. I don't want to be an obstructionist, but I also want to know what I'm voting on and how much it's going to cost. So I can't support this. I will hope to support it when it's been a part of a bigger conversation as to the whole system of the trail and what the costs are before voting on it. I'm not up for writing blank checks.
Councilmember Nelson.
I guess I have similar questions to Councilmember Ramlawi, but additionally, I guess I'm curious, since this has been a project under discussion for a couple of years, I'm wondering if somebody who was part of those discussions can explain possibly why this wasn't part of the original discussions about the bridge renovation. I would be fearful, sort of along lines of what my colleague said, I would be fearful that one of the reasons it wasn't under consideration was because of cost. And I guess I'm curious if this changes the dynamics considerably in terms of the cost share that the university has been willing to participate in, and who would be. I mean, I guess this is like a big change. And so I guess I'm wondering why it wasn't considered before.
I can respond to that. First, I want to make sure that's just to clarify that the proposed amendment is just to do the design and come up with a cost estimate. It's not approving any construction. In terms of why it wasn't included originally, staff had always anticipated that making the border-to-border trail connections would be done as part of the overall intersection improvement project in the future. So that's why it wasn't included at this time. If you look on, it's in one of the attachments to the memo that was sent, it's actually on page 201 of the attachment. There is a drawing that shows a concept of a overall trail connection that would include a connection on the south side and the north side to make a true border-to-border trail connection. And that is something that would definitely be considered when it would be included in the project when the full intersection reconstruction is done. But this is, again, this would be one leg of that essentially.
So what I'm hearing you, I do appreciate that helping me with my misunderstanding there about this is just the design, but is this kind of asking you to sort of reorder the project? It sounds like you anticipated this amenity being considered later, and we're asking you to consider it first. But is there any, since the choice you had made at first was to decide this later, is there some practical constraint to having this happen first and the intersection reconfiguration happen later?
It doesn't appear that way based on the concepts that have been developed for this in the past. But we don't really have a true cost estimate for building just this leg. The challenge that comes is a technical challenge. On the east side of the bridge, you can get down to grade without too much difficulty to get under the bridge. But on the other side, you have a very short span to get back up to Fuller. So there would have to be some kind of switchback in order to get back up to Fuller in an ADA compliant manner. If we have the consultant come up with a design and a cost estimate, then we have a better idea of what it would actually cost to do that, which we don't have right at the moment.
Well, I was in conversation with somebody this weekend and I proposed a funicular, but I suppose that would be fairly expensive. Thank you. I think I can support this amendment. Honestly, if it's literally just a design plan, I would look forward to seeing the design.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Unlawi?
No.
Councilmember Unlawi?
I'm sorry. No, I said no. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Further discussion of the main motion as amended. And Ms. Beaudry, there is a number of instances, I think, where I at least heard, you may have an audible issue on your end. Technically, Ms. Beaudry, there was, I heard a number of the council members vote in after you apparently did not. So, note. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Look, I just want this bridge to be repaired. I don't care if they make it bigger, smaller, whatever. I just want the bridge to be repaired. And so I'm going to support moving forward with this. I said yes, because if that's the only way we're going to get this B2B design done is by attaching it onto this, then that's fine. But I share Councilman Ramali's concerns about the cost of this. And I'm just going to make the assumption that we do have the money in the street, bridge, and sidewalk millage to pay for that additional engineering, just like it's going to pay for our part of this project. Now, one concern I do have about this is that the redesign specifically points to these 10-year storm gutter sizes. And, I'm a firm believer that stormwater management is going to be something we have regretted neglecting for so long as a community. And so it's too late to change that. But I just wanted to express my public concerns about stormwater management. Anytime we add pavement, and I know it's close to the river, so whatever's going to happen is going to end up in the river anyway. But I fear that 10-year storm gutter size for a 10-year storm are not going to be sufficient. I know they aren't in front of my house. So I just wanted to express that and say, let's get on with fixing this bridge. And I appreciate the university hanging in there with us.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to echo the sentiment that I am enthusiastic for this bridge to be repaired and for us to move forward with getting it back. After hearing it described as failing or near failing, I think it's really important that we can move this forward and bring it back up to the standards that we would expect. And so I also just wanted to thank Councilmember Briggs for her hard work to make this a better project, and look forward to moving forward and getting this completed. Thanks.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I really appreciate the ability to have this conversation again at this table. no one wants a bridge to fail anywhere in the city, especially near the medical center. So I think what's important is we remember that these conversations are looking out for a lot of the employees at the hospital and students and others in our community, is including those that are parking along all of those new parking structures that many of them are not busing, a lot of them are walking, and I went to school with a number of students who lived in that area and walked up to the medical and adjacent campuses. So and I would say actually that we do want to make sure that cars moving at fast speeds are doing so, like ambulances, in a way that's really safe and increases their awareness of those who are around them. So I appreciate the work that Councilmember Briggs did. I appreciate the additional work that staff did in trying to make this a better project. And as we move forward, these connections, people in our community have been advocating for decades to fix these connections. It is actually council policy by resolution that when we fix the intersection, and this is awfully close to the intersection, the bridge, that we fix those connections to the border trail, and that be included. And personally looking at, community engagement around, to slightly segue into our next conversation, community engagement around federal funding, something like this and could be a candidate for that, putting together some critical connections. I was so happy to celebrate with everyone and to really be able to praise staff for the moving forward with the next step on the Vandermeer connection. And I think that we'd see similar enthusiasm in the community for trying to address this critical connection as well.
Councilmember Briggs.
I just wanted to say again how much I appreciate staff's extra time working on this over the last month, and you have Vans as well. I recognize there have been years of work going into getting us to this point, and it's important, given the condition of the bridge, that we are moving forward with it. I think one of the things that's changed in the years since this project's been developing is just we have some new plans that we've adopted, and I just wanted to use this opportunity to make sure that we're aligning those. But thank you to the very hard work of staff on this.
Councilmember O'Malley.
I apologize to everyone who thought this was going to be a short meeting. I appreciate the university being here a second time. There was some slight changes made from the original proposal that was brought in September, but I think in totality, effectively nothing has changed. I appreciate the conversation, but when it comes to tangible, realized gains, maybe I missed something, but I didn't experience any significant seismic change in anything, with all due respect. When it comes to the border-to-border trail system, this particular area has been incorporated now with the second resolve amendment. Just confuses me. I've ridden the trail for thousands of miles, hundreds, maybe thousands of times. I would suggest there are many connections that could be made as you go east on Fuller from Maiden Lane. The connection doesn't have to be made in the most complicated, traversed area around. The trail system, there are connections that could be made, and there are many crossings as you head east down Fuller. And we just heard from Nick Hutchinson's the difficulty with the grade that will be there. I mean, if anyone tried to ride their bike up Fuller from Maiden Lane to Glen into Catherine, they know that's a very steep hill. Some people have to get off their bikes and walk it. I don't know how you're going to do an ADA compliant ramp on the other side of that area, but I guess we'll see, and hopefully.
Councilmember?
something comes forward.
Further discussion of the main motion as amended. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Omlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
motion carries.
DC2, resolution to direct public engagement and final recommendation for the use of federal ARP funds. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Ramawi.
Screen keeps moving on me. I appreciate this being brought forward as the author of the original resolution asking for this prescription. I am highly concerned with the public feedback opportunity and the deadline that's being placed on this resolution of, I think, December 6th, which is less than 2 months away. Maybe 2 council meetings or 3 on the proposal to spend over $24 million. There was references made to the county's initiatives and the county's outreach and the extensive nature of it, and that the city was hoping to emulate those same outreach to better understand the community's desires. I feel that a December 6th deadline is far premature to have a robust community engagement process in this. I would like to know what that process would be given that December 6th deadline.
Well, as you know, Councilmember Omlawi, the city has a community engagement toolkit that we take advantage of for these types of activities. So I think the process, as we responded to it in one of the council questions that we received, we had envisioned perhaps some digital town halls, an online survey tool, some opportunities for residents to review the proposal, provide us their prioritization, also make suggestions for additional projects, and then staff would review that and bring that back to the council. If there's concern about the timeline being too tight, we could always amend the resolution to push the deadline back into January or something like that. I think that might be in order.
Yeah, I mean, that was coming next later. I wanted to listen to what colleagues had to say and yourself as well. I appreciate this prefix toolbox, but with this unprecedented amounts of money and the reference to the county's engagement, I was hoping that there'd be something more original than just the routine toolbox being applied to this engagement process.
Are you asking?
Is there anything outside the routine toolbox that is going to be done under the
well, I mean, outside of opportunities to meet with residents face to face and to provide survey tools, I don't know how else we converse with residents on.
There was just reference to the county's efforts. What did the county do? Is that all the county did, or was there more that the county did?
The county did a series of town halls and an online engagement tool.
Councilmember Hayner.
Quick question. Is there a deadline outside of our self-imposed deadline of December 6th that this decision needs to be made?
The money needs to be encumbered by December 31st, 2024, and it needs to be totally spent by December 31st, 2026. So, some of these projects are larger than others. They'll take time to administer, but at the end of the day, we have 5 years to spend this money.
Okay, thanks. And my understanding is that we have this, I'm just rounding off here. We have 24 million coming to us, but that it had been suggested, I don't know if it's internally or something, that about 16 million is going to be applied to the budget shortfall. So this $8 million difference is really what we're discussing spending. And yet we have a document before us that speaks to $42 million worth of requests. Is that an accurate assessment of what we're looking at here?
No, we get $24.2 million from the federal government. We've received half of it already. We'll receive the other half next year. And the way that you use the money, as defined in the federal regulations, there's a equation that you use to estimate what your revenue loss will be over a 4 fiscal year period. And that total amount of that revenue loss can be set aside and used really for any general governmental purpose. And so it's not accurate to say that we would be using that to backfill the budget. We would be able to use that for any general governmental purpose. The remaining funds have to be used in specific ways that are related to promoting public health or providing economic aid to the community.
So can I request a copy of from someone of the rules for this money? That would really help me understand and answer questions from constituents. And so it's not really a budget shortfall that's being filled with this. So that was that anticipated budget shortfalls, and we can choose to put this money in the general fund to then make up that difference or act on other projects. So, things get shuffled around a little, right? So,
I wouldn't necessarily call it a budget shortfall. I'd call it a revenue shortfall.
That's what I meant. Okay.
Right.
All right. I have some more. I'll save it. Thank you.
Councilmember
So I can get a copy of that? Is that cool?
Yeah, it's available online, but we can send a copy.
What's its official title?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but we can send it along.
Councilor Russell.
I'm really excited about this. A number of us had participated in the county's town halls back in August. And we were able to see the county would allocate $24.7 million across the entire county in very specific ways, going through community engagement, the town halls, and really, really reaching a diverse representation, as well as going through an evaluation with their Office of Racial Equity. So I've been closely following federal relief budget bills since last year. I'm eager to see this money land locally. We know billions remain in DC because of Republicans in our state refusing to allocate recovery dollars. So we have this allotment to address funding gaps for essential services and serve communities in our city that have been or are likely to have been most impacted by the pandemic. These are very specific uses for this money. The counties already have these town halls for their first tranche of federal dollars, prioritizing investments, including revenue shortfalls, childcare, rural internet access, weatherization, and child savings accounts. I've asked Mr. Fournier to consider programs that would align with these investments. I'm pleased that staff is proposing recovery dollars for 3 areas that I've been working with the community on. Those include unarmed crisis response, a pilot for universal basic income, and additional dollars for our social service agencies that have been really struggling to fundraise in this economy and struggling with the timing of our new city-county grant process. We are a city of researchers and nonprofit workers who can speak directly to the long-term impacts these efforts can make here. And you've already seen the similar work demonstrated in other cities and countries. For the UBI pilot, I really look forward to joining about a half dozen cities, including Compton, St. Paul, Richmond, Oakland, Pittsburgh, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Newark, and Durham. I think this will give much needed relief to our community, and I look forward to advocating for 3, if not more, of these menu of options.
Councilmember Rodino.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I also just want to express appreciation to staff to start for the work that went into pulling these recommendations together. Although I will echo some concerns around kind of the timeline for public feedback. I do want to make sure that we have opportunities for robust public feedback here, particularly given that we are coming kind of to this process with recommendations already laid out, and knowing that that kind of sets the tone for the type of feedback that we will get. I personally would be interested in kind of hearing ideas from members of the community as well, to see if there are things that we might be missing, or things that we might not be thinking of. One of those I think came up tonight even, that I think would clearly fall within the guidelines around the possibility of potentially adding more public restrooms to our downtown space or other parts of the community where, that clearly falls within the function of the public health component. I guess I have a question for staff, which is that in this process, in respect to the request that we not kind of pre-allocate some of these dollars and not start thinking about it before staff had an opportunity to come back with some of the bigger items that they felt could have impact. I didn't come in with a lot of the ideas, and so I guess what is the best way for council also to provide feedback on the proposals that came forward, or maybe things that we think might be missing?
We had assumed that there would be feedback directly from council members. And so I think the best way for council to provide that feedback would simply be to communicate it directly to me. I assume there will be other departmental requests that come forward over time as more work is done as well. So I view this very much as a living document, and it'll be an iterative process for us to get to a final $24.2 million recommendation.
Thanks, and I'm probably running short on time. The one other thing that I had a question on is whether or not, in the third ward, we've had some pretty significant stormwater flooding in some of the neighborhoods. This is something that I spoke with Councilmember Griswold about over the weekend, and I wonder to the extent that I saw that sewer and water related items did fall within it, but I guess I wonder to the extent as to how flexible that is. Would stormwater improvements fall into that?
I believe they would. I can double check on the specific uses, but I believe off the top of my head that the law generally allows for use of these funds for water infrastructure broadly defined.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I submitted an email this morning asking that this agenda item be introduced and some questions answered. If that's already been provided in writing, I am not aware of it. So
Thank you, Councilmember, for the reminder. Let me bring up your email and I'll address your questions.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was lost. And while you're doing that, I've got a couple process questions. I was waiting to be informed that it was time for feedback, but I guess I should have been more proactive rather than waiting to be told by staff now is the time. I'm also concerned about OMA violations if we don't have an open meeting, a working session where we can discuss this in a transparent manner. I think that given that we haven't started the process yet compared to the county, there's also already a public perception that things are moving forward in a non-transparent manner. And so I want to make sure we correct that.
Thank you, Councilmember. If it's the council's wish to have this scheduled as a work session, part of the work on this, I think that would be completely in order and might be an appropriate recommendation to this resolution. In terms of an invitation for council member feedback, I think that we have a long process in front of us, and the intention of the process in front of us is to solicit that type of feedback. And so, I think we're very much at the beginning of deciding how these funds will be allocated. And of course, the final plan and the contents of it are at the sole and exclusive decision of this council. So I would expect that council members will have a lot of feedback for the priority. So I do have your agenda questions. If you'd like, I can buzz through them. So the first question is, what council resolutions or council approved initiatives such as A20 and Vision Zero for each of the expenditure categories did we rely upon? The council, you'll notice throughout the ARP recommendation that we attempted to prioritize transportation projects, especially those that align with our Vision Zero goals, such as the Miller-Catherine bike lane, and the implementation of the A20 plan for various infrastructure updates across the city, or excuse me, the Vision Zero plan for updates across the city. We relied upon the city council's general direction to support affordable housing and also to support the A20 plan. As staff considered what projects might be worthwhile to include on the prioritization, we really looked toward those issues, which have, I think, received quite a bit of attention from the city council and have certainly been endorsed by specific resolutions. I can't reference them off the top of my head, but I'm happy to provide them to the council.
Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't mean for this to be a real lengthy discussion or to put you on the spot. So if you want to sort of cross-reference the categories with our initiatives at a later date, say prior to our work session or discussion, that's fine.
Certainly.
Yeah, I thought maybe you already had a piece of paper and you could just share it. So thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Redina for clarifying what was actually the process as described to us a couple of months ago, or not so very many months ago, that these recommendations would be derived from staff and that council was actually directed not to pre-promise funds or get big ideas, but to wait for response from staff. And I also want to thank my colleagues for their honesty in admitting that where some of these ideas originated. And so I look forward to a work session, and I think that really needs to be the first step, because when I saw these recommendations, I was quite intrigued at how staff would have derived them based on our city plans and our city goals. And at any rate, I before admissions tonight, I actually was thinking that a work session would be a matter of PowerPoints and presentations from city staff in explanation about how these ideas originated. But now I'm realizing that there was a pretty dramatic change in leadership direction in just the last couple of months. Council was it was very clearly communicated to council that this was not a grab bag or at any rate. I urge us to schedule a work session. I would like to guide our conversation right now in terms of looking at calendars to schedule a work session so we can have a public discussion of these ideas. As I parsed through the recommendations and tried to share them with my constituents, I got a lot of feedback, people who were quite alarmed at projects that seemed very strange and disconnected from the original goals of how this money would be used to benefit people who were most impacted by the pandemic, and goals and projects that would not imply further obligations in the future. So I guess I would plead with us to start looking at calendars and plan a work session sooner rather than later, so that the public can have a real clear opportunity to understand all these proposals. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move to amend the resolution, the final resolve clause, to say that the spending plan for ARP dollars the final report for prioritization should come back no later than March 1st, 2022.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Lally. Mr. Fournier, is that a practical timetable?
It's completely at the discretion of the council. We can definitely make that time frame work.
I will speak to why I suggest that.
Is that from the body? Is that a no, Councilmember Amlali? It is a no.
I'd like to, maybe I'll just offer an amendment to the amendment after a bit of a discussion. Thank you.
Well, right now, is it
Currently friendly, I apologize.
It's friendly to the body. So thank you, Councilmember. March 1st.
Okay, yeah, if I may, I only suggested that because clearly we need some time. I appreciate the notion of having a work session. I appreciate the public input that suggested that we need a more robust opportunity than we've given Mr. Fournier and staff. And so I just picked that date out there because it's prior to our next budget conversation, our holistic budget conversation. So I'm certainly up for anyone suggesting a better date than that. It's just something that I was looking through my calendar here. So thank you for your support of that.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I appreciate staff's work on pulling together a list of potential projects for this. There's obviously so much need, and it's great to have a lot of funding to work with, but not nearly as much as we'd like. So I also support the idea of a work session so that we can just learn a little bit more into what went into each of these. And then also, I think just going a little bit more into depth in terms of talking through the how the funds can be used. To Councilmember Hayner's question, the October 1st memo that we received has a link in it for the interim rule that if you're looking for how the funds can be used, that was in the memo. There's a link to it. And I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Saul.
I just want to clarify that I have no authority over staff to make any demands on how funding is allocated. I had reported and shared information that I've come across as follow-up to what I've seen happening across the country, what's happening within our community, hearing directly from social service agencies who are really struggling. And when I approached staff to consider looking into this, I also did say, you have by all means say no if this doesn't fit within other priorities or that we've already committed to. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding on my part on submitting ideas for this federal money, but this is a conversation that's happening at the county, in the state, and in the country. And I would hope that 3 programmatic ideas that aren't even innovative wouldn't be too contested at this table, considering that we have folks, at the Poverty Solutions Center here. The director just gave congressional hearing, testified at Congress on pandemic relief programs. These discussions are already happening in the community, and I look forward to furthering them. And should any of the 3 that I would love to see in our community not be supported by the community, then that's how community engagement works, as we've seen already at the county level. So I just want to clarify that there's no greater schemes on federal money. I think the ideas that have been presented by staff in collaboration with staff hopefully are not uninformed and unwanted in the community, but we will see. So thank you.
Councilmember Amlali.
I just don't. We'll try to stay on topic here, but I appreciate my colleagues' consideration in extending the report timetable to March 1st. I think it gives the opportunity for not just the residents and our constituents, but us also to look at this a little bit more clear, with greater understanding, and understand the genesis of these funds and who are they intended for, the ones that have been most directly impacted by the negative economic consequences of COVID-19. That's who the targeted audience is here. People living in poverty, people losing their homes, people losing their jobs, people losing their businesses. It's not a wish list for council members and others to get projects and initiatives that would otherwise not be possible done. This is to get to the most marginalized people in our community. That's what this money is intended for. And so I just would also ask that we have a work session within 30 days. And this, I don't know if it could just be added here as an amendment to the amendment, that we have a work session within 30 days of that March, within 30 days of having that report, final recommendations prior, again, to the adoption of our fiscal year 23 budget. I know we got a lot of meetings in the spring, but I think $24 million expenditure deserves 2 hours of our time in March.
I think that at the administration committee, we can certainly figure out a date for a work session. Mr. Fournier, do you have a comment or something? Or
I do. I want to make sure that you know, the interim federal rule is a long document. We've had several members of staff read it in its entirety. I read it in its entirety. I just want the council to be aware that a portion of the funds are definitely intended for public health expenditure and for economic benefit. And the interim final rule talks a lot about making sure that funds are directed toward communities of need and toward communities that have been adversely affected by the pandemic. There is no doubt about that. But it is also true that these federal funds are intended to stimulate economic activity in your community, and that they are in fact intended to be partially spent on infrastructure improvements. And so if it is the desire of the council to direct all of the money toward the public health and economic aid uses that are authorized under federal aid, that is the council's discretion. If the council wants to do that, staff will dutifully administer those funds however the council directs us to do so. But I do want it to be noted that infrastructure projects are allowed and encouraged under the federal rule, were very specifically discussed as being a priority for President Biden and for Congress, and that it was our reliance on that guidance in the federal rule that led us to make some of the recommendations within the memo. And so I think that is important for the council to keep in mind as you consider projects, that those very much are intended to be pursued by the federal government.
Councilmember Grand.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify something to the public, because I know I'm probably not the only one who's gotten emails saying like, but don't vote on this thing tomorrow. Well, yesterday, if we got those emails yesterday, right, 'cause it's almost tomorrow. So this is a really great first step. I think staff did an outstanding job in giving us ideas to think about, what kinds of projects might be possible. But the community engagement process is already happening, right? When we get emails and see conversations saying, wait, we might not want this money for, going to the police, or we really think this project might be more important. We're receiving that feedback already. What's not helpful, and I think it was great that we're extending this timeline so that we really can have more of those conversations and involve as many people as possible in getting feedback, because this funding is important. I really do appreciate Mr. Fournier's expertise on this matter. I know he understands this funding deeply. So that clarification was incredibly helpful. Thank you. What's not helpful is accusing one another of some sort of, backroom dealing or undue influence, when it's one, not true.
Point of order.
And
Councilmember, the point of order is.
It's just you're calling into question motives of.
Councilmember, she is not.
My
she is
goodness.
not. The text of what she has said makes that plain and obvious.
I apologize. I haven't slept much. Maybe I heard things wrong, but I just thought there was talk
It's
about
plain and obvious.
So what I'm looking forward to are the community conversations and us working together, and because this money, I hope will have an impact, both on those who are impacted and on some projects that can really add a lot to the quality of life and safety of our community.
Councilmember Hayner, I have you as already having spoken twice in the main motion.
Yeah, okay. I thought maybe that was my amendment. It's,
If
yeah,
you tell
that's
me I've
fine.
done that incorrectly, then I'll accept that, but
Well,
that's what
I
I
was
have.
just going to be brief and thank Mr. Fournier for his speaking to that. And I'm going to send a link to everybody. I dug up the Treasury Department's page around the interim final rule, and you know, it speaks pretty directly to what we've been talking about. And I think it would be worth everybody taking a look at directly what the Treasury Department says. And it also does say these funds can also be used to make necessary investments, but you know, in various infrastructures. And so these will be spread pretty thin, I suspect, by the time we're done. But let's pass this with this extended deadline and get on with it. I don't approve of all the things that are in this suggestion, but clearly they're not all going to make it, and so that's a good thing. So,
Further discussion? I guess I will say that I am very grateful to staff having done a lot of work and put a lot of deep thought into major strategic improvements that we can make for our community. Infrastructure lasts, and I appreciate that the bulk of the proposals are infrastructure related. I also understand that infrastructure isn't everything, and that there are some programmatic human focuses service providing elements to the proposed set of options. And you know, I'm grateful for the work that staff has done. Their time frame was fairly short. The regulations did not come for some time, and you know, bottom line, we asked staff to do something. They did it pronto and they did it well. So they have my thanks, jointly and severally. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Mr. Postma, do we have the pleasure of a closed session today?
Not tonight, Mayor.
Alas. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. Mr. Postma, do we have the pleasure of communications today from our city attorney?
Not tonight, Mayor.
The more's the pity. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. That is 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected further, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number when it is your turn to speak. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Michelle Hughes?
Hi, I'm just calling to say that I am glad that the Concordia Pines project served as a wake-up call to some of the council members, because, you know, I heard people saying that more dense housing is more affordable. I heard people saying that more dense housing is better at protecting natural features. I heard people saying that more dense housing is a boon to walkability. And these are things that I'm excited to hear people saying, because I have believed them for some time. And I think it's unfortunate that we are continuing to require this single family zoning and this single family housing, you know, that we got the project that we did at Concordia Pines because that was the project that was required by law to happen there. We could have had a better project, but the law said that that this was what we wanted. And so I hope that we are able to change that law. And some council members tonight say that that is what we want to do. We want to change that law. We want to allow more dense housing. And I hope that comes to pass. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ann Bannister? Go ahead.
Opportunities we share. I want that's our A20 and carbon neutrality. Landmark trees and last night, even customers offered to release everything confidential members on moratorium council members in January. That memo has existed for years and been updated and should be open to the public as soon as possible. Any other attorneys quality and substance on my moratorium and still advised during the climate crisis. Memos, they should not be privileged and confidential. Other people need to see them. Everyone needs and our carbon neutrality.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Am I the only one? I couldn't hear a word she was saying. Is it me? Or was that everybody who was hearing that?
I think that was
we should
the
let the
general
callers
impression.
know. Oh, okay.
Mayor, could you not hear the caller?
I had some of it.
Was I not audible? Audible? I can read it. I can give my statement again if I wasn't ready.
I understood a fair bit of it, but maybe other council members didn't. If it's in writing, distribute it, perhaps call from a different number. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg again, calling from Lower Town. Something I've talked about a lot in the past had to do with proper process and public engagement, and that will share a theme this evening in your conversations. I'd like to cover that in a couple different items. In terms of reference to the A20 and certain things that were specified in there in terms of higher density, I'd like to thank Councilmember Kathy Griswold in particular for revising a certain page or leading the call to revise that and working to get it done so that we ended up with a unanimously approved A20 with the revised page 78. And the problem with the original version of that was that the solution dictated by that within the A20 was too specific, predetermining an outcome prior to a comprehensive land use plan update that would be required. So you're essentially bypassing the public input and the public engagement that's required for a master plan process, a comprehensive land use plan revision process with the way that it was originally worded. The way it was revised allowed for the same outcome, but not by specifying it right in the document so that it was a possible outcome, but that we needed to have that community conversation first. If we bypass our community conversations, we bypass our master plan, comprehensive land use plan process, which we've done multiple times, we end up with problematic outcomes. Speaking of process and outcomes, I'd like to thank staff for working with the residents in the Sunset area on a sidewalk proposal that was problematic. And they've taken a moment to pause and look at a holistic approach. Again, with process and public engagement, we're going to end up with a better solution in the long run there. Something was alluded to early in the meeting where we had a process that lacked the proper public engagement elsewhere in town on the north side. And there was a moment there for a similar pause and relooking at a holistic approach and actually engaging the public properly in that one.
30
And
seconds.
That pause was not taken, and that led to a real problematic outcome over there, unfortunately. And I know, Mr. Fournier, I was in the room with you when you promised the residents that they would be further engaged. And that was the moment that it could have made a difference, but the residents were then cut out of the process. So let's keep our residents engaged. Let's follow the proper processes, and we will come out with much better outcomes if we do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 194. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Rita Mitchell calling, and I am just calling in great sadness and mourning for the 311 landmark trees that will be removed for the Concordia development and the additional smaller trees that will be removed. The 1,700 replacement trees at 3 inches of diameter will not provide the level of carbon sequestration and habitat that the trees that will be removed have done for years and years. We humans have not developed anything close to the carbon sequestration effects that are provided for us by trees for free. And I'm just beyond sad, actually, to know that this is happening in our city, the Tree City. The mitigation fee doesn't come close to covering that. And I'm concerned about the wildlife of great and small sizes that will be affected by this. We'll see something that will be a marker of their being disrupted. And the last thing I want to mention is I don't recall a discussion tonight of the wetlands in the area, but I am concerned about the slope of the property that likely will affect the wetlands by runoff from what's likely to be landscaped turf grass in an area that has been a woodland. And that will be a further degradation ultimately of the Huron River. So I'm sorry to see this. I understand your votes tonight, and I just want to pass on my concern for us all with this, the effect that this development will have on us. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment?
Mayor, there's a couple other callers on the line, but they don't have their hands up.
If you'd like to speak a couple of public comment, please enter *9 now. See no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Hayner.
And my complaint about this Concordia Pines project wasn't primarily focused on the single family home nature of the project, although that certainly is a problem as we see new construction in the city. If a builder would forego $20,000 worth of profit per unit on a $700,000 single family home, or say round up $200,000 total profit on a $27 million profit that they're making on this project, potentially, to create houses that were all electric, shared combined geothermal field, were already outfitted with solar, not the promise of future solar not being restricted, which is barely a promise. I wouldn't have a problem with these houses. My problem with the single family housing that's being built is that it doesn't meet our climate action goals, and it's still going to be standing in 2030. And if we think it's cheaper, anybody, I mean, I'm a field guy. I do this stuff for a living. And if you think it's cheaper to retrofit a house to meet our climate action goals than it is to build it right now, then you're sorely mistaken and you don't know the reality on the ground. And if we pretend like it's cheaper to do it then than now, it's just so wrong. And every building and every house that's built that doesn't meet our climate action goals dilutes the total percentage and spreads the burden onto everyone else. And that's the last thing we should be doing as a community. So, everybody's trying to build their progressive credentials, but nobody wants to take the biggest bite of it all, and that's to put an end to this kind of development. And it's painful, I know, especially when they're writing checks to campaigns. But at some point, you're going to have to face up to it.
Councilmember Griswold.
Thank you. I want to give some background regarding pedestrian deaths and crosswalks that I had begged the city to improve. Starting with Plymouth Road, I sat in many Transportation Safety Committee meetings where people from the mosque came and begged the city to make improvements. Improvements were not made. 2 students were killed after dark crossing Plymouth Road, and then improvements were made. I begged the city to provide lighting at the crosswalk between Gallup Park and Huron High School. On October 25th, 2016, a student was killed. Then the city provided lighting and improved the crosswalk. I repeatedly asked for better lighting at the Huron crosswalk near Thayer. January 14th, 2019, a student was seriously injured and was hospitalized for many weeks. Today, October of 2021, the RRFBs are working. I think they were repaired either early this morning or over the weekend. So if people wonder why I get emotional, I've known some of these people who have been killed. And in all cases, we knew what the problem was and we did nothing. Regarding A20, I've amended it twice. I replaced the word quadplex, which was an example of density, with the term density, which is much more appropriate for a policy statement. Lastly, I'll be in Berkeley next Monday, learning how they were able to successfully work with the University of California on a number of issues, and I'm hoping that we can do the same thing with the University of Michigan regarding workforce housing and additional pedestrian safety improvements. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
I'm happy to have so much discussion tonight about the conflict between our sustainability goals and many of the development projects that we receive on Planning Commission and have to forward to Council or approve simply on Planning Commission. We receive and have had to approve a number of development proposals that are not electric, that are bringing fossil fuel infrastructure into our city, that will have to be retrofitted or will just have to, make it all the more difficult for us to meet our goals. We are constrained by the state's building code from requiring electric development. We are constrained by the state's building code from requiring heat pumps. Sometimes we can encourage these and sometimes developers comply. It is not a matter of lack of will. It is a matter of we are not in a progressive state. This is not California. So yes, we should be working as hard as we can to change these laws at the legislature, but let's make factual statements about why the proposals look like what they do. They look like what they do because of our existing zoning, which we have control over. So that would be a great place to start. And because of state law that constrains what we can require. And that is a long road.
Councilmember Song.
We had an interesting city schools committee meeting earlier this month, and I'm really heartened to hear after watching the last school board meeting, to hear that there's some busing issues that will be addressed. We've been hearing from constituents where children are waiting an hour or more for buses to arrive or not arrive at all. And I was really heartened to hear that there's going to be more intensive hiring with benefits. From what I understand, we need 10 to 15 more school bus drivers, and those notices are up. The search is ongoing and their training. But also, I was really glad to hear that there's consideration for smaller vehicles. So, best of luck to the schools. The labor shortage is real, and our children are trying to figure out what walking to schools will be in the next couple of weeks as the weather turns colder. But I'm really glad to hear that there's some innovative solutions being presented, and that the schools continues to work with our city staff when it comes to trying to figure out where we can prioritize crossing guards too. So thanks.
Further communication from Council. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilor Griswold, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned. Mr. Forney, Ms. Boudry, Mr. Postma.